This is a new seminar that we organized, and this project, the SciCoMove, this project is related with the collection of Move, the history of the provincial museum, the history of the collection, the history of the movement, or relationship of the person in collector, scientist, specimen in the province, in the little institution or institution not very known in the history of science. We start with the presentation of the seminar of Irina Podgorny, and then we continue with the presentation of Nathalie Richard, that is the director of the project, with Irina Podgorny. We start with the
Okay. Just a few words. Sorry for not being there. I was invited to a residence. I'm not in La Plata. So, but welcome. And this is our third seminar. So it's just to give a panorama what is going to happen in the next 2 years. We are in the second, almost third year of the project, so almost the half of it. So I think in this seminar you are going to see some of the results of the first missions that already happened, both in Europe and in Latin America. So we have this idea of organizing seminars with a group of researchers are at the same time in La Plata. So the next one will be in March. One of the members with Severin Georgian, who is now online.
It's the way perhaps mass in English.
And other researchers that are coming in our summer. So wait for the next announcement for March. It would be mid-March, but I think we will see new results and also new people coming to Argentina dealing with these collections on the move. And for now, you have a very interesting program for the day. Enjoy it, and well, I think we keep in touch and tuned for the news of the program. And remember that you always can visit our blog, which is SciCoMove, and it is announced in the website, and there you have the possibility of also for checking what is going on, who researchers are on missions, who is coming to Argentina, and who is going from Argentina, Uruguay, and Mexico to Europe. Okay, so enjoy the meeting, and again, sorry for not being there. Nathalie, it's your...
Thank you, Irina. Yeah, thank you all of you. I'm really happy to be here again and to have this seminar here. So many of us are here at the same time this month. So we will have many different presentations and also presentations from people I saw in Paris or in Le Mans. So I'm very, very happy that we are having this meeting today. So let me share my screen and then we can begin. Irina or anyone online, can you tell me if you see it? Because we don't see you anymore. Well, let's hope. So, the title of my presentation...
Yes, we see very well.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my presentation is a little bit enigmatic, and my presentation is about explaining what this title means. During my trips in the framework of the project, I found an object that connects almost all the partners that are in the project. This object is a tag. This is this one. So I found this tag in the La Plata collection, museum collections, here in the Ameghino collection, which Mariano is going to present a little bit later, but also in Mexico City, here in the Geology Museum of the UNAM, so the same tag. Then in Barcelona, in the Martorell collection, so in the archaeological part of Martorell donation to the city of Barcelona. Here in the Latinium collection in Neuchâtel. So this tag is almost everywhere I went to, and where I did research. I still have to check, but I'm sure I will find it in Turin and probably also in Heidelberg and Bonn. So this tag is, to my interpretation, it really fits well the definition of a para-object, which is a notion that a young researcher who just arrived in my lab, José Beltran, has put forward. So it is something, a para-object is something that is not the specimen itself, but which comes with the specimen and which gives extra information on the specimen, especially extra information about the history of the specimen. So today I will try to speak about this tag. I will first explain what CL stands for, so what it means, and then I will try to explain why and how these specimens with this tag traveled almost everywhere. So CL stand for the names of the researchers who collected the specimens. The main researcher was this man, Edouard Lartet. He was a well-known paleontologist in France in the second half of the 19th century. He is known because of the discovery he made of fossil apes in the 1830s. And these fossil apes had a very important role to play in the discussions about human evolution. If apes, there were fossil apes, then they could be fossil ancestors of man. And then through this discussion, he became interested also in prehistory, and he excavated different sites, especially in 1860, the site of Aurignac. And then at the beginning of the 1860s, he collaborated with another researcher, Henri Christie, and they excavated a lot of sites in the Vézère Valley. The Vézère Valley is in southwestern France. It is the main place where you find Paleolithic caves in France. Lascaux and sites like that are in the Vézère Valley. And then he was appointed a professor of paleontology at the Museum of Paris. Before that, he was just an amateur, and but he never really occupied this position because he was ill and he died just a few months after his appointment, months. So the C, as you may have guessed now, stands for Henri Christie. So Henri Christie was a British banker who after seeing the great London exhibition of 1851, became interested in ethnography, and he collected a lot of ethnographical artifacts, and he for this purpose, he undertook many travels, mostly in the Americas. For example, he traveled with the very famous Victorian anthropologist Edward Taylor to Mexico, because both of them were Quakers. This had an importance in the way they saw human history. And in 1863, he collaborated with Lartet, and they began these excavations together. So Lartet was a very well-connected man among paleontologists and historians of that time, but Lartet was also a very well-connected man in this scientific community. He was a member of the main learned societies in London at that time. So I listed them here, but so both of them were quite well known and well connected. And at his death, Henri Christie gave most of his collection to the nation, the British state, and the collection was included in the British Museum, and then where it is still. But this is true for the ethnographic collection. It's more complicated for the prehistoric collection. Part of it went to the British Museum. So you have part of it in the British Museum now. Part of it went to the French Museum of National Antiquities. And as you've seen with the many specimens that are everywhere, part of it went somewhere else. CL means the collection or the artifacts that were collected together by Christie and Lartet. So it means Lartet-Christie collection. Then the research that was made by Lartet-Christie was very well known at the time, especially because they published a lot about their research in diverse scientific journals of the time. And at the end of their career, they also gathered together all the articles, the papers they had published, or all the publications that were not completely finished. And they published it in this very big, very luxurious volumes. It's 17 issues of this book, Reliquiae Aquitanae, which came with very nice, precise plates. So the collection was also known on paper through this very big collection, which was founded by Christie. Christie was very wealthy, and which was carried on after his death by with the money that he had left for this purpose. So now I have to try to explain why these tags circulated so, and the specimens associated with the tag circulated so widely. This has to do with two different logics that are intertwined. So there are two logics intertwined, and each logic reinforces the other logic. So they're intertwined and they reinforce each other. The first logic is the early developments of a new scientific field, prehistoric archaeology. And the second logic is the simultaneous development of the history of the discipline. So there was a discipline emerging, and at the same time, the history of the discipline was dead. So this is what I would like to say now. So the first logic was the beginning of the discipline. In this context, Lartet and Christie played an important role. Their collections were shown in exhibitions that were really very important in the development and the diffusion of prehistory towards the scientific community, but also towards the general public. The first presentation of prehistory in a World Fair took place in 1867. there was an exhibition on the history of human work. And the first part of this exhibition was dedicated to prehistory. So it would go from the prehistoric chopped flint tool towards the big machines that were the symbol of industry of the 19th century. And in the prehistoric section, the L'Arte Christi collection, or part of it, was shown. And one of the highlights of this exhibition was the piece that I showed here, which is a carved bone with a mammoth represented on it. So this was one of the main pieces of the World Fair exhibition. And at the same time, during the exhibition, the World Fair in Paris, at the same time, the Museum for National Antiquities in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, which is just near Paris, was inaugurated. And some of the collection of L'Arte Christi was in the museum and was shown in this room dedicated to prehistory. So the collection was known, and the collection played a role in the debates at the beginning of the new field of prehistory. The beginnings took place, so the discovery of the high antiquity of man was debated and really decided at the end of the 1850s. One of the main places for this debate was northern France, so not southwestern France, but northern France, where the discoveries made by Jacques Boucher de Perthes at Abbeville, which is north of Paris, were discussed. There were two main discussions, one in 1858 and one in 1863. And during this discussion, two things were discussed. Was there a period when man only made chopped flint tools, preceding the polished Stone Age? And the second question was, was man contemporary to extinct species, such as mammoths or any other kind of extinct species? So was the chopped stone age really geologically ancient? So these two questions were decided during this period. As you see, L'Arte's excavations and then L'Arte and Christie's excavation took place at the same time. And they had a very important impact on two main debates. First, of course, the fact that man had represented a mammoth on a bone was a great proof that man was contemporary to the mammoth. So this settled more solidly the question of the geological antiquity of man. But then the piece also raised very early on the debate on the existence of Paleolithic art. So this was the beginning of this debate. I have no time here to go further in that, but it was a very important debate. And the second important debate at the time was, how do we divide this very long period of time? So many early prehistorians were thinking about how to draw a chronology, a kind of sequence of prehistoric times. L'Arte himself did that in 1861. So using the excavation at Aurignac, he suggested that we could divide the Paleolithic, what we name now the Paleolithic, into shorter periods by using the faunas, so the associated faunas. So we distinguish 4 periods according to the main fossil animals that you could find. One of them was the reindeer age, and this expression, this phrase, comes from L'Arte, the one we still use sometimes now. A little bit later, Gabriel de Mortillet suggested another type of chronology. He said that the evolution of animals was not accurate enough to draw shorter periods for human history. And he suggested that we should use industrial criteria. So he drew a typological chronology using the tools as main indicators. So each period was defined by a specific type of tool. And each period was named according to a site where these tools were especially representative. And many of the periods were named according to sites that Lartet and Christie had excavated. Aurignacien, Solitréen, so Aurignacien, Solitréen. Solitréen was not, but then Magdalénien, La Madeleine, and so on. So Le Moustier, Moustérien was also excavated by. So the main, this is how this looked. So you see one type of tool, one period. Okay. So this type of classification was a very useful tool for earlier prehistorians. So it was widely accepted by most of the Mortillet's contemporaries. It was very easy to use because if you found a tool, you could put it in time. You know, you just looked at it, looked at the publications and see, well, this is a Moustérian tool or a Aurignacien tool. So it was very useful to identify the tools. And then it was very useful for classifying a collection. So this typological chronology became a tool of classification for collectors. This was very well broadcasted, this classification, through articles, but mostly through books, because Mortillet was one of the first to write a textbook on prehistory. This is the one you have here. And together with this textbook came an album of plates, which is a paper museum. The name is Prehistoric Museum. And this is a series of plates. So developing more than the papers I showed earlier on plates, what type of tool were, what types of tools were representative of one period. So with the Musée Préhistorique in your library, you could construct a collection and organize the collection. But there is another interest in the Mortillet's chronology. Because Mortillet and most of his contemporaries thought that this chronology was universal. So the same sequence of artifacts should be found everywhere in the world. This was a relative sequence, not so. If you found a type of tool in one continent and in another continent, this didn't mean that they were contemporary. For Mortillet, some of the exotic non-European people were still in the sequence of the chopped flint time. So, but everywhere you should find the same sequence. So this means that if you did prehistory, for example, in the Americas, you would try to find flints or tools that could be explained by this universal sequence. This also meant that if you wanted to have a complete collection with universal value, it didn't mean to gather objects from all over the world, but to gather objects representing each sequence of the chronology. So universal was meant in this sense. And this had an impact on how collections were built everywhere in the world. Let me show you, for example, what I found in the example of Mexico. The building of a universal prehistoric collection in Mexico occurred, let's say that like that, at the beginning of the 20th century, when this man, Jorge George, because he was French, Enguerrand, came to Mexico. He was French. He studied geology and botanics in France. And because he was associated with the anarchist circle, this was a friend of the Reclus brothers. He didn't want to do the military training that the young people had to do in France. So he migrated first to Belgium, then to Mexico, and then ended up his career in the United States. When he arrived in Mexico, he was appointed a professor of prehistory, and he gave a 3-year course. We have the program of the course in the archives, and it was really a program on global prehistory. And in the archive, at the same time, we find documentation saying that there should be a collection of Prehistoria General in Mexico. And so it was suggested that they bought a collection, and General didn't mean from everywhere in the world, but meant representing all the periods of the prehistoric chronology. So to build a collection, you had to have tools representative of the main periods that Mortillier had established. And it was even better if you could have tools coming from the real sites from which the period was named. So that tools from La Madeleine, from Solutré, but from La Madeleine or from Le Moustier circulated widely because of that. But there is a second reason why the CL tagged specimens were so popular. This has to do with the history of the discipline. No, I don't need this now. At the same time as prehistory was beginning to develop, the actors of the prehistory also wrote their own history. They wrote this history in the form of an epic with its heroes and its battles. The undertone of this epic was very positivist and also secularist, both. Positivist in the way that they told the history of prehistory according to discoveries of positive facts, which implied to revise scientific theory. So it was facts. So tools, stones were the paroxysmal incarnation of positivism in a certain way. Stone is a positivist fact or positive fact. And at the same time, it was secularist because most of these histories insisted that the new theories, the new interpretations were opposed to traditional Christian interpretations of the past. So these two things were put together. This strong scenario history had its heroes, of course. On this list of heroes created a kind of pantheon of the discipline, of the great men of the discipline. And Lartet and Christie were among these great men. So the CL and the tag would not be necessary if you were just looking for objects coming from Aurignac or from La Madeleine or from Le Moustier. You would just need the name of the site and the date, eventually the date of the finding. So the CL is like a signature. It gives extra value to the specimen, just as, of course, all things equal, a little bit like a signed painting as opposed to a non-signed painting. So the CL tag gave an extra value to the collection. It also helped prehistorians, who most of them were amateurs, to put themselves in the history, in this epic history I have told you a little bit. So by connecting with the heroes of the discipline through your collections, you could also depict yourself as one of the fighters for positivist science and secularization. And of course, in many countries where prehistory developed at that time, the issue of secularization was a central political issue. So this logic has also to be taken into account. Let me now, as a conclusion, come to how did this specimen travel. And this is the tricky part. This is the part where I have only questions and very few answers. The reason is that I have not enough archives to say precisely how objects travel. So I can say why, but how is more difficult. I have a few hypotheses or a few hints about that. The first hint is that these objects travel because of connections between scientists themselves, especially amateurs, who traded, exchanged collections. The best case to show that is the case of the Coutil-Vouga collection in the Latinium in Neuchâtel. So the two names are the names of two amateur archaeologists. One, Émile Vouga, was a prehistorian in Neuchâtel. The other, Léon Coutil, was a prehistorian in Normandy, not far from Paris. And they were, they had a kind of friendship, and they changed a lot of specimens. So we can make the hypothesis that there were objects from the Christie-Lartec collection in the Coutil collection. And through Coutil, they went to Vouga and then to the Museum of Neuchâtel. This is probably also the case for the Martorell collection, but we have no archives about Martorell. The only thing I can say about Martorell is that through his library, we see that he was interested in prehistory since the 1860s. So he probably witnessed or learned and read about the early debates about prehistory. And so he knew who Lartec and Christie were. So first, exchange between amateurs. In the case of Ameghino, I will not speak a lot, but what I can say is that he collected his collections when he came to Paris for the World Fair of '78. And the only thing I want to stress, to highlight here, is that World Fairs were crucial places for exhibiting prehistoric artifacts, but also crucial places for trading, buying, exchanging archaeological specimens, prehistorical specimens. So lots of exchanging went on during or just after the World Fairs. And then there is the case of the National Museum in Mexico. On the archives, you see that what they recommend is to buy a collection from a dealer. So, of course, the last possibility is that these specimens circulated through dealers. The role of the dealer is very important in prehistory, even if it has not been studied in depth. So but we have a lot of evidence. These are the two last pages of each small volume brochure of Mortillet's Musée Préhistorique. You have on one page this classification, and on this following page, publicity for Bonbon shop of antiquities in Paris. And in this publicity, it is said explicitly that Bobon sells collections with tags according to Mortillet classification. So the dealers, the catalogs of the dealers and the series, the prefabricated series they sold, they played a key role in the establishment of a kind of canon for collections. And in the case of Mexico, I have to be sure because the archives are not very clear, but I think that the CL tagged pieces came through this dealer in Brussels, from which they probably bought these general prehistorical collections. So I will stop here with all these questions and interrogations. Thank you very much.
We can do the presentation after general discussion.
We can discuss later.
We continue with the presentation of Mariana Roman, archaeology of the Museo de La Plata and research of the Colecciones.
Morning. The title of my presentation is From French Prehistory to La Plata Museum. My case study in SciCoMove project focused on the provenance of the French archaeological collection of Florentino Ameghino that now is hosted at the División Arqueología of Museo de La Plata. This collection is made up of mainly lithic materials and casts from the lower, middle, and upper Paleolithic and Neolithic periods of France and Belgium. I'm interested in how Ameghino conformed his European collection. The places where the research will carry out are Paris, Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Amiens, and Abbeville, and Museum of Natural Science of Brussels in Belgium. I start with the Museo de Arqueología Nacional, working with in the library and with the archives. Let's put in context this research. Florentino Ameghino was in Paris between 1878 and 1881. He participated in the Exposition Universelle de Paris in 1878. And there he exhibits his archaeological materials recovered in the Pampian region, especially in the surroundings of Luján and Mercedes towns. And these materials were included in the special catalog of the Argentine Republic of that exposition. These are the materials we have in the División Arqueología of Museo de La Plata, and these are the piece and the number included in this catalog. When Ameghino was in Paris, he initially focused on the classification of fossil mammals. Some of the species defined by him now displayed in the paleontology gallery of the Museum d'Histoire Naturelle de Paris. These are the Ameghino's French collection. Some of the material are now exhibited in the Serie Pertenecer Museo de La Plata exhibition. And we only have the objects in the División Arqueología. There are no documents, no inventories about this collection. This collection was only preliminarily studied by the Austrian prehistorian Oswald Menguin, who arrived to Argentina in 1948 from Europe. And we only have one single page note about this collection that had been published by Horacio Chiappe, the assistant of Menguin. First, it's necessary to say that the collection was not in good conditions. So first, it was necessary to undertake the conservation of the collection. These conservation tasks and the record tasks were carried out by the staff of the División Arqueología. The data were then recorded in a standardized database composed of 63 common categories of each object. 15 of these categories are part of the Dublin Core metadata system used by the display software. This software we used to create this year a digital repository for the División Arqueología. Then we made the photographic registration of each object. We follow conventional standards and parameters. The goal of this is to ensure that all photographs in the digital repository have the same characteristics. Then the digitalized materials were uploaded to Culturalis digital repository. Now this material is online. Enable online access to the Ameghino collection objects. With this, we make these archaeological materials available for consultation, which will result in better conservation of the originals, as well as an increase of accessibility to information for research and teaching purposes. As the Ameghino collection was organized, numerous data and names of sites and localities in France began to emerge. Some of these names of sites are very famous sites. Some of them.
Acá, eso, elegir PowerPoint.
Negro.
No, volvemos. O no sale por la transmisión. Compartir pantalla. ¿Esta es?
No. No está.
¿Cuál es el ejemplo?
Acá.
Abrila, esa no. Esa no te aparece en la transmisión. ¿Qué problema?
¿Será porque es presentación directa? ¿Por qué?
Es uno de PowerPoint. Eso.
¿Cómo?
Perdón, permiso.
Es presentación de diapositivas PowerPoint. En escritorio.
Sí, pasa que por ahí está oculta la... ¿Está en el escritorio?
Sí, hay una carpeta ahí.
¿Está?
Escritorio. Y es esa workshop.
Ah, no, está en otro formato. Voy a ver si lo puedo solucionar y...
Yo lo tengo en otro formato, si no acá.
Con Nathalie se veía perfecto, ¿eh?
Sí, pero Mariana no se veía.
No, Mariano se ve Mariano.
Sí, porque hay que cargar el teléfono y ver cómo lo pone.
Este es otro formato.
A ver, date al Zoom. Zoom, sí. Y poné compartir pantalla. Y buscate la...
Ahí se ve.
Sale por acá, claro, pero no sale...
Ahí no se ve allá.
Ahí se ve, ¿eh?
Así.
Ahí sí. Ahí sí.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Sí, se ve.
En esta tarde. Bueno, sí está en YouTube, pero... Sí.
Ahí está.
¿Sí?
A ver.
Bueno, las paso despacito así las van bien. This is the name of the site that began to emerge with the collection. La Madeleine, Saint-Achel, Chelet, Le Moustier, Amiens, La Guerre-Basse, Le Cessy, different famous sites for French prehistory are included in the collection of División Arqueología del Museo de La Plata. We also made some, it's possible to, some initial location of the sites. ¿Puedes sacar esto? ¿Cómo? This is the initial geographic location of the prehistoric sites, and there are two main regions. One in the surrounding of Amiens and Abbeville, they are the north section of France, and the other in the south, in the Dordogne, where in the surroundings of Le Cessy, where there are many famous sites. Let's start with some of the sites and the information we found. Esta porquería, ¿se puede sacar? The labels attached to the objects also start to provide some clues. For example, here we see lithic artifacts from the famous site of La Madeleine from the Upper Paleolithic, which indicate the date of 1863. In the old entry books of archaeological objects of the Museo de Arqueología Nacional, the entry of archaeological pieces from La Madeleine in 1863 is recorded. This would indicate that Ameghino's collection be part of that set. We don't know. Other sites is La Guerre-Basse and La Guerre-Haute, where there are also artifacts from this site with the same labels and the same dates of La Madeleine. Le Moustier, another famous site with the date of 1873. Also in the entry books of archaeological pieces from Le Moustier are also recorded for the same year. The dates of these materials from the Dordogne region are prior to a Meguino visit to France in 1878. So he must have obtained them through other people to exchange. This is what Nathalie was talking about in the previous presentations. Those who were working in the Dordogne in that years were Edouard Dartet from France and Henry Christie from England. And as Nathalie Richard indicated me, the pieces indeed have an L for Dartet and a C for Christie. So we can say they are pieces from their collections. It's interesting, another thing that Nathalie marked me, that La Madeleine is in English, the object. This would indicate that it belongs to the part of Christie's collections. But in addition, when we have a look in the prehistoric collections of the Museo de l'Homme, we can see that La Madeleine is also in English, in a French institution. In the prehistory section of the Museo de l'Homme, there are large numbers of pieces from the Lartet collections with the same labels as in the Museo de La Plata. There are also Lochery and Le Moustier materials collected by Lartet in the geology and paleontology catalogs of the Muséum d'Histoire Naturelle de Paris, as we can see in these catalogs. As we saw in the previous presentation, Lartet distributed a large number of pieces with these labels to a multitude of institutions, will make attributing the provenance of the Museo de La Plata collection very difficult, also almost impossible. Another site, it's Saint-Achel and the localities of Amiens, where we have materials from these collections. And when we have a look to Ameghino's correspondence, he mentions in December of 1880 that he will go to Saint-Achel and Amiens to see the Paleolithic sites. Thus, it is possible that part or all of the materials was recovered by himself. In the case of Chile archaeological site, it is clear that Ameghino obtained the material from his own fieldworks between 1880 and 1881. He even mentioned in a letter to Choquet that he brought back more than 300 objects from the Chile sites in 1881. Ameghino published 5 articles about the Chile site in the Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris and in the Bulletin de la Société Géologique de France. He makes a fundamental contribution to the geology of the site, which continued to be used and discussed for decades. Here we can see a letter from the Mortillier archive that is preserved in the Universitat de Sunderland in Germany. And this letter mentioned the objects recovered by Ameghino at the Chile archaeological site. It mentioned 401 lithic artifacts and 167 bones plus some fragments that Ameghino recovered from Chile sites between 1880 and 1881. This unknown letter, I think that could be written, no, sorry, written by Ameghino, because when we compare some of the letters on a real letter signed by Ameghino with this letter, with the inventory of Chelais site, we have many coincidences in the numbers and in the capital letters. So maybe this letter was actually written by Ameghino. We also have to think about the Ameghino's collection that remain in France. These materials came back to Argentina with Ameghino, but there are some materials that Ameghino live in France. There are, I could check this evidence of 2 extinct rhino molars donated by Ameghino to the École d'Anthropologie de Paris. These are the record. 1 cast of the proposed 4 fossil hominids to the Laboratoire d'Anthropologie of the Museo d'Histoire Naturelle, this one, and 50 casts of fossil vertebrates from South America were also entered into the paleontology section of that museum. And in addition, there is this letter signed by de Mortillier, Gabriel de Mortillier, and in this letter, de Mortillier thanks Ameghino for the rhino molars on behalf of the École d'Anthropologie, and Mortillier mentioned the gift of 3 objects, these 3 objects designed in the letter, and the first of these objects was found by Nathalie last year in the División Arqueología del Museo de La Plata, and the second one, this is the first that Nathalie found last year, the present of Mortillier to Ameghino, and this is the second one that would be this, which is the only one piece that exists in the collection from Le Placard site. That is the name of the site mentioned here. So to finish, we have been able to find out that Ameghino obtained archaeological objects from the Dordogne, Charente, Côtes d'Amour through exchange and purchase and gift. The material from La Madeleine, Laguerie Basse, Laguerie Haute appear to come from the collection of Lartet and Christie, and possibly also those from Le Moustier. The ones from Le Placard at Dinan were gifts from the Mortillier, and on the other hand, the materials from Chelais and probably those from Amiens and Saint-Achel were obtained by Ameghino through his own fieldwork. This first information provides an interesting insight into how Ameghino built his French prehistory collection from various sources and contacts in scientific community of the 19th century. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Maybe all the other content to the 2 papers, very interesting papers, and obviously the idea of the perdurability of the object and para-object more than the actuals that the actual, because the chronology of the distribution of the collections of Latte and Christie is beyond the life of Latte and Christie, because Christie died in 1865 and Latte in 1871, and we are seeing in your slides many labels with the symbol of C and L, and the history of this kind of combination between object and para-object, I think is a key question in our project, and maybe is one of the results more interesting, because we, at least me, when start or when begin to think in the project, I could imagine the richness of the fertility of the idea of studying this kind of materiality of objects beyond the traditional historiography centering in the protagonists, in the scientists, in the collectors, and to see the problem from the point of view of the object is much more rich. So thank you very much for both papers.
Thank you, Pepe. And I can add that.
Mariano, decirle a la gente que vaya adelante, por favor, si no rebota.
To came to the front to talk.
After this, because they died very soon. So, but then they are the same types as on objects that we know went directly from Latte or Christie to the public collection. So, for example, the Manos stone, it's not the same type. So, it's one type that already existed when Latte and Christie was still alive. But this doesn't mean that all these types, there are so many, were all genuine ones. Great. It's just very important.
Micrófono. Este es el micrófono. Hola.
No me encanta la trascendencia.
Just my question, general question is if the tag, the para object, is more important than the subject, or the objects and objects. My impression is that the para objects are the key question for to make a connection. I don't know. It's complex. Why I wanted to insert the second object that the tag gives values more value to specimen, but it's a complex question. But still the specimen and the specimen they illustrate a specific period in the chronology. So without the tag, they would still stay that. But of course, it is very difficult to know.
Yes.
if the tag is more worthy than the September, but the tag itself seems like
Yeah. Because historians, we have the tendency to privilege the object just for possibilities, maybe, I don't know. But it's true that the name of the object maybe for have a value. I don't know. It's just yes. And it's also like you are
I think that the question of Laura is interesting because I don't know if the information, I don't know if the object is the part of the object, because without the information, the object is not a scientific object.
It is still a scientific object because you can compare it with the image. So you don't need to have a tag saying this to by the form of it, by the typology of the objects. The historians, even in the 19th century, they will call it typology. You can see that it is I'm sorry, I don't know the name in English, the Abacois or object. It's very good. So yes, I know.
It's a combination. Because if you think maybe the label is a mistake, and when you analyze the object, you can realize that there is a mistake. So you could create the history of this mistake, but with the combination of both object and para-object. I think it's the key idea from Jose and the workshops we have in Bologna and in Paris about para-object. The idea is just to analyze the combination of both.
And in the case of Armeghino's collection, is the main evidence to the study, the labels, the labels, the objects, is the only information we have.
The same in the Valkyrie collection, you get very few information. Yes,
See, no, because you know, a lot of information about the objects of from the Armeghino collections are in Armeghino's letters, you know, the published and unpublished. So a lot of information, and we can track the kind of objects he bought, he collected, how he got the objects is there. It is in the letters Armeghino had written or had received. So my question is, you know, what kind of extra information are we getting from the labels? We can identify, so 100 or more years after, which are the specific objects, but you know, the things he collected, where he collected, whom he gave pieces or from whom he received, is already in the text he wrote in his letters. So so much of this information is already in the written sources. So the question is not only about the Armeghino collection. So what kind of extra information are we getting from the labels? And on the other hand, you know, I think the scientific evidence is constituted by the object, you know, itself, but also the recording the object in another kind of register. So, and the label is part of these recording techniques. So I think, you know, if we consider that the piece, the object, or the object without the inscriptions is the object, it is a mistake, because it was clear for the 19th and early 20th century that without those inscriptions, this was, as Petri said, murdered evidence. So the evidence has to have not only the thing, but also the inscription techniques for constituting what the evidence, the scientific evidence was. So this is something that was clear for them.
Irina, in the case of Medino collections, unfortunately, not all is in the letters, because you were there, we didn't write to people he was in contact with. So we have information in the Medino correspondence, but not all. And then in some, you have to track archives, of course, but in some situations, we have very few archives. We have partial archives, even partial information. We have object plus label, and with that we do a kind of puzzle. It's not always the case that we have all the information.
In the case of European collection, there are in the letters information about Scheele's fieldwork and about a visit to San Angel and También, and no more. No more about all the sites of London that we have a lot of pieces without any information. We don't know how he obtained this material.
Thank you so much, Mariano and Nathalie. We continue with Frank Laurent. He's from the University of France. He will speak presentation
No sé, compartir foto por foto. Foto por foto. No te va a dejar compartir. Zoom. Si tenés un PowerPoint, te deja compartir Zoom. Es PowerPoint, son solamente fotos. Después PowerPoint. El tema que la foto no se transmite por internet. D'accord. Solamente le van a ver desde acá. Donc, si vous simplement, j'ai d'abord des photos et parce qu'on passe par après le PowerPoint. Après, j'ai Bonjour. Merci pour votre invitation. Mon anglais étant affreux, je parlerai en français et je diffuserai un PowerPoint en espagnol. Ça changera un peu de monoculture anglo-saxonne. Alors malheureusement, je voulais montrer en prélude quelques échantillons de la collection minéralogique de Roger Caillois. Malheureusement, ça passera pas sur Internet. Ensuite, je passerai au PowerPoint qui passera. Donc, voilà, simplement pour nous et le plaisir des yeux, quelques exemples de cette collection. Et voilà. C'est parmi les plus beaux échantillons. Voilà. On fait déjà tirer le... Là, voilà. Ça marche. Bien. L'année dernière, à peu près à la même date, je vais vous présenter ici même à La Plata le premier état de ma recherche sur les écrits que Roger Caillois a consacrés aux pierres. Hein, le terme qui revient, plus banal qu'il soit, le plus souvent employé, au moins dans les positions de titre, par Caillois. Donc des textes écrits principalement dans les années 1960-1970. Et j'avais procédé alors à une mise en situation de ces écrits, insistant d'une part sur leur ancrage originel dans le séjour argentin de 1939-1945, à travers notamment l'écriture de Patagonie en 1942 et l'anecdote du poivre fantôme que Caillois découvrit par hasard à la même époque dans une usine brésilienne travaillant pour la fabrication de radars britanniques et qu'il dut abandonner à son retour à la douane argentine. Récit constitué rétrospectivement dans grand texte autobiographique Le Fleuve Alpé, et un peu avant sa mort, constitué donc en véritable mythe fondateur de sa fascination pour le règne minéral. L'inscription, d'autre part, j'avais insisté sur l'inscription de ces textes de Caillois et de nombreux autres, on en verra quelques-uns, dans une tradition moderne d'écrivains mêlant autour de l'histoire naturelle, que vous connaissez encore récemment, littérature et sciences. Alors, je pensais en particulier à des auteurs comme Victor Hugo ou à certains égards aux écrits d'histoire naturelle de Jules Bichelet, mais surtout cette tradition s'était renouvelée en France dans les années 1930-1940, autant par certains écrits de Gaston Bachelard, je rappelle que Caillois était familier dès avant la guerre, que par l'émergence, en réaction au lyrisme surréaliste, d'une poésie de l'objet, marquée notamment par la publication en même année, 1942, de deux recueils qui font date, Terraquet de Divic et Le parti pris des choses de Ponge. Donc, je vais essayer de retracer l'écriture des pierres de Caillois au sein de cette tradition renouvelée proximité entre, disons, sciences et littérature. Et puis, pour finir, l'importance fondamentale dans la genèse et la nature même des textes de Caillois consacrés aux pierres, de sa pratique de collectionneur. Ce qui en fait, j'y reviendrai pour finir, et ce qui en fait une grande différence de ces textes par rapport même au poème bien connu de Ponge comme Le Galet. Ponge ramasse le galet. Caillois, il fait couper le galet. Il utilise avant tout pour inspiration d'échantillons minéralogiques de sa collection. J'y reviens. Alors, je voudrais aujourd'hui reprendre les choses à peu près où je les avais laissées l'an dernier et tâcher cette fois de déplier les types de discours et de pensée que Caillois exploite dans ses écrits, en mettant l'accent sur leur fluidité méthodologique et leur ambition, plus ou moins à droite et convaincante, d'explorer les relations possibles entre différents domaines symboliques et divers types de savoir, et toujours à partir des objets concernés. Alors, voilà mon plan, hein, Roger Caillois et les sciences diagonales, les pierres et l'art figuratif, la question des pierres à images, les pierres et l'art non figuratif pour une esthétique générale. Si j'ai le temps, mais très rapidement, de toute façon, la question de la résistance à la séparation des règnes. Et puis, en conclusion, donc, quelques éléments sur Roger Caillois, collectionneur. Ancien élève de l'école normale supérieure de la rue d'Ulm, ça ne s'oublie jamais, agrégé de grammaire, le jeune Caillois fréquente également le groupe surréaliste, malgré d'ailleurs leur désaccord assez violent, il gardera toujours avec Breton, jusqu'à la fin de leur vie, des relations importantes. Et en parallèle, l'école pratique des hautes études, où il suit surtout, mais avec une grande assiduité, les cours de Marcel Mauss et de Georges Dumézil. Fondateur avec Georges Bataille et Michel Léris de l'assez étrange Collège de sociologie, où Victoria Ocampo fera sa rencontre, il s'engage dans divers travaux de sciences humaines et sociales. Son activité pendant la guerre, où il est un peu par hasard réfugié à Buenos Aires, est essentiellement éditoriale, à travers notamment la fondation de la revue Lettres françaises, et contribue à diffuser une littérature française de résistance, comme on dit alors, affiliée au comité gaulliste, etc. Après 1945, de retour en France, il crée chez Gallimard la collection La Croix du Sud, qui introduit les grands auteurs de la littérature ibéro-américaine en France et en Europe. Ayant échoué de peu à se faire recruter au CNRS comme sociologue et ou comme mythologue, il devient finalement haut fonctionnaire de l'UNESCO, où il finira sa carrière. Et c'est dans les années 50 et 60 que, dans divers articles et travaux, il manifeste son intérêt pour les sciences naturelles, principalement la zoologie et la minéralogie, sans pour autant oublier sa formation initiale et ses intérêts antérieurs. Son approche des règnes animal et minéral mobilise tout autant l'esthétique, l'histoire des savoirs, vernaculaire autant que savant, la mythologie et la philosophie. Et c'est alors qu'il tente de développer sa théorie des sciences diagonales. Car ce touche-à-tout non dépourvu de rigueur apporte à ses curiosités scientifiques une disposition qu'on pourrait qualifier d'épistémologique, au moins par l'intérêt critique qu'il consacre aux classifications et aux disciplines qu'elles sont censées fonder. Alors, permettez-moi une assez longue citation, mais qui dévoile bien, je crois, la manière plutôt rusée dont Caillois pose alors ces questions. Le progrès de la connaissance consiste pour une part à écarter les analogies superficielles et à découvrir des parentés profondes, moins visibles peut-être, mais plus importantes et significatives. Au XVIIIe siècle, il paraît encore des ouvrages de zoologie qui classent les animaux selon le nombre de leurs pattes et qui mettent, par exemple, le lézard à côté de la souris. Dès qu'on étudie, même très sommairement, l'histoire de la constitution des sciences, on s'aperçoit du nombre presque infini de pièges que les savants ont dû sans cesse éviter pour identifier les distinctions utiles, celles qui délimitent le champ de chaque discipline. Ces pièges, ces apparences trompeuses, ne sont d'ailleurs pas de simples feintes. À vrai dire, ne sont même pas des apparences. Ce sont des réalités auxquelles est finalement attaché un coefficient d'importance moindre que celui qui est accordé à d'autres. Il reste que, selon le point de vue, ces classifications subsidiaires ou laissées pour compte peuvent soudain redevenir essentielles. Si j'ai l'intention d'étudier le fonctionnement des ailes, il est clair que je dois cette fois réunir les chauves-souris aux oiseaux et même aux papillons. Chacun admet la légitimité, la nécessité même de la démarche. À y regarder plus près, je remarque toutefois que celle-ci n'est tolérée qu'autant qu'elle reste dans les limites d'une même science ou d'un même règne. Les sciences, en effet, correspondent aux règnes et leur système forme le meilleur des calques des divisions fondamentales de la nature. D'où l'interdiction tacite de rapprocher des phénomènes appartenant à des règnes différents et qui, partant, relèvent de sciences différentes. Une sorte de réflexe pousse le savant à tenir pour sacrilège, pour scandaleux, pour délirant de comparer, par exemple, la cicatrisation des tissus vivants et celle des cristaux. Démarche transversale de la nature dont on constate l'empire dans les domaines les plus éloignés et dont je viens de donner quelques pauvres exemples. De telles démarches chevauchent les classifications en vigueur. La science pouvait d'autant moins les retenir qu'elles sont par définition interdisciplinaires. Elles exigent d'ailleurs, pour apparaître, le rapprochement de données lointaines, dont l'étude est menée par des spécialistes vivant dans l'ignorance mutuelle de leurs travaux. Toutefois, on ne saurait exclure que ces coupes transversales remplissent un rôle indispensable pour éclairer les phénomènes qui, isolés, paraissent chaque fois aberrants, mais dont la signification serait mieux perçue si l'on osait aligner ces exceptions et si l'on tentait de superposer leurs mécanismes peut-être fraternels. Il est temps d'essayer la chance de sciences diagonales. Bon. Alors, vous voyez, la logique, elle est assez rusée, parce qu'on commence par dire, bah oui, il y a les bonnes classifications, les mauvaises. Le progrès de la science, c'est d'aller dans des classifications de plus en plus pertinentes. C'est ça qui fonde les disciplines. Mais finalement, la limite, c'est que on se coupe peut-être de la possibilité de retrouver d'anciennes classifications, d'anciens rapprochements, etc. Et cela d'autant plus, et là derrière, il y a une sociologie de la science qui est là, et cela d'autant plus que la spécialisation des savoirs ont fait qu'on a affaire à des spécialistes qui ne dialoguent plus entre eux. Alors c'est une argumentation, on passe en quelque sorte de l'infrascientifique à l'hyperscientifique. C'est une argumentation assez retorse et qui semble prendre toutes les précautions, d'abord, avant d'avancer brutalement une hypothèse iconoclaste. Et ça, c'est typique du style de pensée, en quelque sorte, de Caillois, qui parfois rend la lecture de ces textes un peu complexe. Ce rappel nous invite au moins à ne pas trop prendre pour argent comptant la modestie épistémologique avec laquelle il ouvre son livre Pierre, le premier de ses grands textes consacrés au règne minéral. Je parle de pierres qui ont toujours couché dehors ou qui dorment dans leur gîte et la nuit des filons. Elles n'intéressent ni l'archéologue, ni l'artiste, ni le diamantaire. Elles n'ont connu d'outils que ceux qui servaient à les révéler, le marteau à cliver pour manifester leur géométrie latente, la meule à polir pour montrer leurs grains ou pour réveiller leurs couleurs éteintes. Comme qui, parlant de fleurs, laisserait de côté aussi bien la botanique que l'art des jardins et celui des bouquets, il resterait encore beaucoup à dire, ainsi à mon tour, négligeant la minéralogie, écartant les arts qui des pierres font usage, je parle des pierres nues, fascination et gloire, où se dissimule, et en même temps ce livre, un mystère plus lent, plus vaste et plus grave que le destin d'une espèce passagère. Passagère, c'est celle de l'homme, entendu, dans le contexte de Camus. Alors en fait, l'ambition scientifique, et non seulement poétique de ce texte et de ceux qui lui feront suite, n'est jamais vraiment abandonnée. Mais elle passe d'abord par l'histoire des discours et des pratiques liées à l'art plastique, à l'évolution du statut conféré aux objets qui relèvent, selon l'histoire, de cet art. Mais elle pousse régulièrement ailleurs aussi, et plus loin, vers la psychologie anthropologique, l'esthétique générale, la philosophie de la connaissance, voire l'ontologie. Là, voilà. Deuxième partie, les pierres considérées dans le rapport à l'art figuratif et à l'histoire de cet art en Occident. Et tourne autour de la question ce qu'on appelle les pierres à images, ou les gamae, ou les pierres figurées, c'est-à-dire ces pierres où à l'état naturel on croit reconnaître une figure. On commence par une citation de Caillois à nouveau. Auparavant, l'homme, quand il ne leur attribuait pas quelques valeurs de talisman et de remède, recherchait dans les pierres quelques singularités insolites qui distinguent des autres l'échantillon privilégié. En fait, une sorte de prodige qui paraît presque contredire les lois de la nature. En Chine, on signale comme les plus précieux de ces minéraux ceux qui contiennent des figures d'hommes, d'animaux et d'objets. D'où la vogue des pierres figurées, comme on les appelait, qui, au XVIe et au XVIIe siècle, emplissent les cabinets de curiosité des princes et des banquiers. Déjà, Pline, dans son histoire naturelle, avait mentionné la guette de Pyrrhus, où l'on reconnaissait présent dans la pierre, sans aucune intervention de l'art, Apollon jouant de la lyre au milieu des 9 muses, chacune avec ses attributs respectifs. Alors Caillois se montre alors particulièrement sensible à la manière dont une certaine conception et une certaine pratique de l'art humain, à une époque et dans une société donnée, tentent à surdéterminer le statut et à tous les sens du mot la place de ces objets naturels qu'il vient d'évoquer, ces pierres qui donnent l'illusion de représenter des figures. Aujourd'hui, écrit-il, aujourd'hui, cette sorte de tableaux ont en général émigré des musées des beaux-arts au musée d'histoire naturelle. Mais il arrive qu'on en découvre encore chez les antiquaires dans leur encadrement original. La pratique consistait souvent à encadrer ces pierres à images, ces pierres figurées, comme s'il s'agissait de tableaux. Le plus intéressant est que certains artistes ne résistèrent pas à l'envie de profiter des décors que leur offraient libéralement les jeux de la nature et qu'ils s'ingénièrent à les peupler d'arbres, d'animaux et d'hommes afin d'en faire des tableaux complets et complexes. C'est-à-dire que c'est toute une pratique où ces pierres qui donnaient l'illusion de produire des paysages, des décors, etc., étaient utilisées en quelque sorte comme support par des peintres qui rajoutaient des scènes mythologiques, d'autres figures, etc. Ces pierres à images complétées en quelque sorte par l'art humain sont généralement restées, elles, dans les musées des beaux-arts, dans des musées de curiosité. En tout cas, c'est là que Caillois a pu en voir quelques-uns, notamment à Florence. Et on comprend que ces pierres peuvent fournir un exemple de ces objets desubicados, qu'a étudié Irina Podgorny dans son dernier livre, dont je donne la référence ici. Pourtant, l'intérêt que ces pierres excitaient chez les collectionneurs ne relève peut-être pas fondamentalement de leur capacité, de la capacité de ces pierres, je veux dire, capacité discutable et déjà discutée dès l'époque, à faire œuvre. Et c'est en particulier parce que les coordonnées formelles de la représentation artistique occidentale de la Renaissance et des temps modernes ne permettaient pas de les apprécier vraiment comme des objets esthétiques. C'est là que la pensée de Caillois est intéressante et qu'elle mêle différents niveaux. Les marbres de Florence intéressaient non pour leur qualité proprement esthétique. Les gens qui voulaient acheter un Léonard de Vinci, quand ils trouvaient ça, bon, voilà, c'est fruste quand même. Mais elles intéressaient par leur ressemblance avec certains aspects du monde extérieur, par le degré d'exactitude de cette ressemblance ou par l'interprétation qu'il semble donner d'un prétendu modèle. En un mot, le collectionneur appréciait une analogie, non pas un chef-d'œuvre plastique. Au contraire, l'amateur contemporain risque de se trouver d'autant plus séduit par les pierres aux masures. Alors, c'est ces pierres, on va montrer quelques-unes, où on a l'impression d'un paysage de ruines, que la prétendue ressemblance est plus schématique ou plus défectueuse. L'identité photographique ne pourrait que le stupéfier, l'amateur d'art moderne. Si la pierre vraiment faisait apparaître un portrait hyper réaliste, évidemment, ce serait surprenant. Mais ce ne serait pas une rencontre esthétique, dit Caillois, pour un amateur moderne. C'est l'écriture de la pierre, pour ainsi dire, qui retient son attention. Les simplifications, les lignes brisées qui délimitent les changements de teinte et qui donnent l'impression d'une sorte de décomposition de la lumière. Ce qui rendait la ressemblance imparfaite ou ne faisait que l'esquisser, donc au XVIe, au XVIIe siècle, pour les spectateurs de l'époque, ou les amateurs de l'époque, paraît désormais audace, recherche ou heureuse transposition. Le renversement des points de vue témoigne de l'évolution de la sensibilité en ce domaine, de l'évolution de la sensibilité artistique et esthétique. En fait, c'est la peinture cubiste du début du XXe siècle, et ailleurs Caillois est explicite à ce sujet en citant Picasso, Braque, Villon, le premier Duchamp, qui permettent à l'amateur moderne d'apprécier pleinement la dimension esthétique de ces pierres à l'image. Parce il partage une esthétique qu'il retrouve en partie, cette fois, non pas dans la ressemblance à la figure, mais dans une forme, dans un travail de la forme qui lui rappelle, par exemple, la peinture cubiste. Alors, ceci posé, ce n'est pas ce qui intéresse le plus Caillois. Ce sur quoi il insiste, c'est sur l'illusion figurative elle-même que produisent ces pierres, et sur ce qu'elle implique. Et là, on bascule de l'histoire de l'art et des sensibilités esthétiques vers la psychologie anthropologique, voire la philosophie de la connaissance, voire l'ontologie. J'en suis où là ? Voilà. Les images déconcertantes, je les sais, jeux de la nature et rien de plus. Elles viennent de la rare combinaison d'éléments en eux-mêmes peu significatifs, mais qui, rassemblés et disposés en un ordre adéquat, procurent à l'imagination une sorte de gage ou de récompense. Ces jalons menteurs et raffinés confirment ces audaces et ces plaisirs, les audaces et les plaisirs de l'imagination. Ils lui répètent qu'elle s'avance dans une voie royale quand elle se laisse aller à son besoin, à son bonheur d'identifier des simulacres, de saisir des analogies, de dépister les ressemblances les plus fugitives ou les plus arbitraires. L'esprit extasié se croit alors sur le point de découvrir les secrets de l'univers. Assurément, il n'en est rien. La réflexion a vite fait d'en isoler les lambeaux et de les restituer à leur insignifiance. Ce ne fut qu'illusion. Pourtant, chacun des rapports fragiles que conjecture et risque la poésie, et qui émeuvent, qui éclairent, qui enrichissent, relève du même parti pris de divination. Il est si vaste et si premier que jusqu'aux sciences les plus précises en sont tributaires et commencent par lui. Elles aussi cherchent des similitudes dont elles éprouvent la solidité. Leur démonstration consiste à substituer à des ressemblances grossières et évidentes d'autres, toujours plus subtiles et abstraites, moins perceptibles, qui tiennent aux structures et non aux apparences. Pour conclure, sans cette manie permanente de tout interpréter à tort et à travers, selon la vraisemblance ou contre elle, qui sait si les démarches de la connaissance ne manqueraient pas à la fois de l'impulsion dont elles ont besoin et de l'instrument premier, de la méthode même de leur réussite. Vous voyez, ce même type de mouvement, je crois reconnaître quelque chose, évidemment c'est une illusion, évidemment la science me détrompe, mais en même temps il se joue quelque chose là psychologiquement, qui se joue aussi dans la démarche scientifique. On récupère en quelque sorte ce qu'on semble d'abord repousser. Ainsi, ce démon de l'analogie, qui nous pousse à reconnaître dans les tâches des marbrures, des pierres, des figures humaines, ou du moins identifiable par le regard et l'esprit humain, se trouve pris en quelque sorte dans 3 lignes explicatives. Une illusion dont la généralité prouve qu'elle relève d'un besoin psychologique profond chez l'homme. L'identification d'une sorte de faculté première, là, ce besoin de reconnaître. Un fonctionnement phénoménologique qui constitue l'une des principales sources de la poésie, au passage. C'est là-dessus qu'Aillois développe. D'ailleurs, c'est en particulier sur cette faculté, sur ce démon, que voilà, c'est développer la poésie, quelle qu'elle soit, dans les sociétés humaines. Mais aussi, après avoir rappelé la dimension évidemment illusoire de ces identifications, Caillois opère quelque sorte un retour par la fenêtre de leur lien à la vérité scientifique. Au moins, ce démon de l'analogie, cette manie de tout interpréter, alimente-t-elle la démarche scientifique, le désir de comprendre. D'illusion poétique, elle redevient méthode heuristique valide, au moins à certaines conditions. Alors, troisième temps, et Pierre, rapport à l'art à nouveau, mais cette fois à l'art non figuratif. Ça va déboucher sur autre chose, mais pour une esthétique générale. Alors, bien plus encore que la figuration confuse dont semble parfois capable le règne minéral, c'est la confrontation de ces pierres avec l'art non figuratif, l'art abstrait de son propre temps, qui permet le mieux à Caillois de relancer son ambition diagonale et potentiellement totalisante jusqu'aux limites d'une esthétique générale dépassant et englobant l'humanité. Athanas Kircher, un de ces érudits qu'il évoque à plusieurs reprises dans ses textes, Athanas Kircher, panégyriste du monde souterrain, ouvrage publié en 1664, explique que la nature est géomètre, astronome, peintre enfin, reproduisant mieux qu'un artiste ne pourrait faire polygones, astres, sites et visages. Il en propose plus de preuves, et là, tout contestable, qu'on ne lui en demande. Ça, c'est la logique figurative, vouloir à tout prix reconnaître, bon, pas aller trop loin quand même. Mais il ne pense qu'à la peinture figurative. Sur ce terrain, peut-être devrait-on contredire. Ça ne ressemble pas tant que ça. En revanche, pour la peinture non figurative, quand les artistes poursuivent la représentation de l'élémentaire absolu, au-delà du formel et du distinct, il semble bien qu'en ce domaine inédit, la nature leur ait ouvert la voie. Dans le détail isolé d'une aile de papillon, dans le motif des pierres rares, il est visible qu'elle a peint avant eux, et comme ils ont eux-mêmes fini par peindre. Tant par la chimie aléatoire des nymphoses saisonnières que par les mystérieuses et légendes démarches de la géologie, elle a précédé leur réussite. La nature a ouvert la voie, en quelque sorte, à l'art abstrait. Car la comparaison est inévitable. Les critères qui permettent d'apprécier l'originalité, la séduction, la valeur des œuvres, des critères strictement esthétiques, sont, dans l'un et l'autre cas, rigoureusement identiques. On va utiliser, dit Caillois, pour juger la valeur esthétique de ces pierres ou de ces toiles abstraites, les mêmes catégories. Seul diffère la facture. Ici, conception et exécution d'un ouvrage extérieur par un artiste infiniment singulier et, pour dire, irremplaçable, c'est pour l'art. Là, les cheminements obscurs, séculaires d'une physique anonyme. Mais il faut bien juger par les seuls résultats en vertu de l'esthétique pure et exclusivement sur les qualités plastiques des œuvres en présence. Encore, par exemple, dans un autre texte, les dessins des septarias, donc un type de minéraire, pierre. Les dessins des sectariats constituent des équilibres strictement plastiques où rien n'est régulier et dont chacun est aussi original et pour ainsi dire aussi personnel qu'un ouvrage volontaire. Si, au temps de la peinture figurative, des amateurs ont encadré des marbres ruines pour en faire les pendants de tableaux authentiques, aujourd'hui, ce sont assurément les septariats qu'il leur conviendrait d'élire dans le répertoire des formes naturelles pour les mettre en regard de maintes démarches de l'art contemporain. Or, voilà. Dans l'Île-de-France, au sein d'une carrière de sable, à mi-hauteur de la paroi, gisent des compressions de grès siliceux. Plusieurs des plus belles sculptures modernes ont été trouvées en ce site. Elles y étaient depuis environ 25 millions d'années. Alors, tel coup de force rhétorique vise non pas à délégitimer l'art dit abstrait, mais grâce à lui à réintroduire les productions artistiques humaines au sein d'une esthétique générale, c'est le terme qu'emploie Caillois, dont ces productions artistiques humaines ne constitueraient en quelque sorte qu'un cas particulier. Caillois tente ici, donc, d'une part, de renouveler radicalement la vieille idée de l'art compris comme imitation de la nature. Et ce, paradoxalement, grâce et à partir de l'art non figuratif. Pratique, cette idée de l'art, cette idée très occidentale de l'art comme représentation de la nature, ben, elle est traditionnellement dans le cadre de l'art figuratif. Ah non, on le déplace et on le radicalise. Disant que l'art abstrait permet de confronter en quelque sorte à une imitation d'une nature plus élémentaire. Je ne cherche pas, dit-il, à établir une hiérarchie. Je souhaite plutôt donner à penser qu'une œuvre vraiment informelle est inconcevable. Alors, on reprend la désignation, l'autodésignation, une des autodésignations de l'art contemporain, de l'art dit informel, et dire à la lettre, c'est pas concevable, parce que les formes existent déjà dans la nature. Ou plutôt qu'elle ne paraît non figurative que tant qu'on n'a pas placé à côté d'elle la réalité qui aurait pu en être le modèle. Feuilleter un répertoire de formes naturelles m'aiderait à m'en convaincre, si je n'étais pas d'avance persuadé qu'il y a nécessairement plus d'inventions dans la nature qu'il ne saurait y en avoir dans les ouvrages de l'homme. D'autre part, et d'autre part, cette tentative le dirige vers le projet un peu fou d'une sorte de catalogue raisonné et explicatif des formes naturellement inévitables. Au fond, quelque chose comme le rêve d'une hyper-collection des formes. J'imagine une quête ambitieuse qui, loin de se contenter d'objets de rencontre, s'efforcerait de réunir les plus remarquables manifestations des formes élémentaires, anonymes, irresponsables, qui, enchevêtrées, composent la nature. Selon que ces forces sont d'usure ou de rupture, elles produisent des formes opposées, les unes douces et élusives, les autres rudes et comme lacérées. Entre ces deux extrêmes se développe la géométrie des cristaux par où, jusque dans la matière inerte, se révèle un ordre. Je présume un code universel et secret, quoique non impossible à déchiffrer, qui préside à la lente naissance des formes inévitables. Bon, alors, très rapidement, parce que le temps passe, quelques éléments à développer plus tard. Parmi tous ces discours sur la pierre, il y a aussi la reprise, de manière très récurrente, de cette idée que le savoir humain, le discours sur le savoir humain a eu en fait beaucoup de mal à résister très longtemps à l'idée de la séparation des règnes. Et qu'il y a, donc il suit à la trace un peu tous ces moments qui postule, somme toute, une unité plus grande. Alors, en particulier, il repère que dans toute une série de traditions, de mythologie, mais aussi de discours savants ou pseudo-savants, pendant très longtemps, on a mis en valeur la possibilité de pierres, ou voire la possibilité attestée, de pierres qui se déplacent, de pierres qui volent, et puis surtout de pierres qui engendrent, de pierres qui se reproduisent. Il y a dans Pline, on trouve des choses comme oui, telle carrière de marbre, c'est très pratique parce que avec le temps, le marbre se reproduit tout seul. Donc, c'est pratique, on peut en prendre tant qu'on veut, de toute façon, ça se reconstitue. Et puis, alors, surtout, il est déplissard de manière assez précise, dans plusieurs endroits. Au XVIIIe siècle, il y a la question des fossiles qui apparaît et qui va percuter, en quelque sorte, qui a longtemps pris, en tout cas, dans les débats sur les pierres à images. Parce que ces traces pétrifiées de formes naturelles d'animaux ou végétaux ayant réellement existé, va y avoir tout un débat pendant longtemps, et beaucoup de gens vont dire, mais non, c'est des caprices de la nature, c'est les jeux de la nature exactement comme les pierres à image. Simplement, il se trouve que c'est plus précis, par hasard, hein, et puis il faudra du temps pour affirmer que, bah non, là, c'est autre chose. Hein, on a un sédiment, bon, vous connaissez, il faut vous expliquer les fossiles. Et ça va jusqu'à Lamarck. Ça va jusqu'au grand Lamarck. Et donc, vous avez une citation là qui est quand même assez intéressante. J'avoue que j'ignorais totalement cela, vous, peut-être. Hein. C'est dans un texte qui s'appelle Une erreur de Lamarck. Et donc, rapidement la citation, à Lamarck, le texte est plus développé, bien sûr, Lamarck fait reposer tout un système sur la distinction de la vie qui est seule capable de composer les éléments, et de la nature qui ne peut que détruire. Il suit que végétaux et animaux acquièrent petit à petit par de nouveaux besoins, de nouveaux organes, et s'acheminent ainsi, grâce à l'hérédité des caractères acquis, vers une complication en principe illimitée, l'espèce se transformant indéfiniment. Bon, on connaît. En même temps, les excréments, dépouilles et détritus des plantes et des animaux sont la seule origine du monde minéral tout entier. Ils se trouvent précipités dans un transformisme inverse qui, de chute en chute, les métamorphose au terme de cette évolution à rebours en cristal de roche. Celui-ci apparaît comme la parfaite essence de la mort, l'ultime simplicité, la pureté absolue. Il y a des tableaux de Lamarck qui disent, voilà, alors, tel type d'animaux, ça va donner tel type de minéral, etc., etc. Et l'idée que voilà, c'est la mort, et que donc tout le règne minéral est le fruit de un transformisme inverse qui nous ramène vers l'inanimé. L'histoire n'a retenu que la moitié supérieure de l'impressionnante construction. Dans la terre et les rêveries de la volonté, dont j'ai tiré plusieurs des données précédentes, Gaston Bachelard a très heureusement rappelé l'existence de l'autre partie de la théorie, qui est d'ailleurs la première chronologiquement, car Lamarck exposa le transformisme des pierres bien avant de soutenir celui des animaux. Mais alors, par ailleurs, même logique, il dit, mais, oui, mais finalement, vous voyez, ça a quand même servi à quelque chose. Il s'est totalement planté là-dessus, mais ça lui a permis de développer cette idée de l'évolution des espèces, qui sont ensuite reprises par Darwin, la positivité de l'erreur scientifique. Bon, alors voilà, pour conclusion, maintenant, quelques éléments sur, disons, la pratique concrète de collaborateurs, de collectionneurs de cailloux. Alors, je le disais rapidement pour commencer, un texte de cailloux sont pas seulement écrits à propos des pierres, mais et de plus en plus explicitement au fil des publications, ce sont les écrits d'un collectionneur de pierres. Ces textes ne peuvent pas exister sans la collection qui va avec. Vous voyez, régulièrement, dans Pierre, je mis quelques extraits, le rappel dans ces textes de la nature spécifique de l'objet qu'il est en train de décrire. C'est pas le galet de Ponge. C'est un échantillon minéralogique d'une collection, et d'une collection privée en plus, parce qu'il peut les manier, rester longtemps devant, et puis il peut les prendre et les manier. Les nodules d'agate sont boulets gris et rugueux, franchement rébarbatifs, il faut les rompre pour connaître les spectacles qu'ils recèlent. Donc ça, c'est la pratique de la coupe. Il m'est arrivé d'acquérir une plaque épaisse de calcédoine recouverte de cristaux de quartz qu'elle rend azurée par transparence. J'ai acheté tel échantillon, c'est de cette pierre dont je vous parle. J'ai fait couper et polir quelques-unes de celles-ci au niveau où affleure la plus profonde des couches. Ou là, plus développé, une aiguille de cristal habitée par sa propre effigie est dite quartz fantôme, le fameux, les laiteuses séparations superposées qui interrompent de leur névé la limpidité d'une geôle étincelante qui marque la croissance de ses propres parois, c'est magnifique. Parfois, elles disparaissent à l'improviste, dissipées comme brouillard qui fond, mais le moindre changement d'angle suffit pour que renaisse leur versatile inconsistance. Là, implicitement, on a le geste de celui qui fait jouer la lumière sur sa pierre. Bon, première chose. Deuxième élément, Caillois n'est pas un chasseur de pierres, si j'ose dire. C'est pas un explorateur de terrain. Avec lui, on est très loin des aventures de cette expédition écossaise en Antarctique de 1902-1904, qui a été étudiée récemment par Sylvia Carrasquero dans le Scottish Journal of Geology, qui a enrichi la collection minéralogique du Musée de La Plata. Il semble qu'il n'ait fait Caillois qu'une seule acquisition in situ dans une mine des Andes d'Argentine, et il écrit d'ailleurs, il dit qu'est-ce qu'il est venu faire là, c'est bien la peine, c'est trop compliqué, et puis les mineurs aiment pas ça en plus. Donc tout simplement, il fréquente les marchands spécialisés. Mais c'est aussi ce qu'il rapproche des minéralogistes officiels. parce que ça m'a été confirmé, je veux dire, après, enfin, la plupart, aujourd'hui en tout cas, hein, depuis longtemps, la plupart des collections, elles sont agrandies par la fréquentation des marchands. Mais vous l'évoquez déjà, Nathalie, hein, ça commence déjà au XIXe siècle. Hein. Ainsi, Henri-Jean Chupnel, qui est l'ancien conservateur de la collection de minéralogie au Muséum national d'histoire naturelle de Paris, témoigne. Je suis là, oui. Un jour, par le plus grand des hasards, je rencontrai Roger Caillois à Milan, chez l'un des marchands de minéraux avec lequel on effectuait des échanges de minéraux pour le musée de minéralogie de l'École des mines de Paris. M'étonnant de le croiser là, il me dit logiquement que c'était chez un marchand de minéraux qu'on avait le plus de chances de le rencontrer au cours d'un voyage à l'étranger. Caillois, dès qu'il se déplace, il va faire le bottin, voir les marchands. Alors, pour finir, je trouve qu'en octobre dernier, j'ai eu le grand plaisir de rencontrer, à ma demande et dans le cadre de ce travail de recherche, François Farge, professeur du Muséum national d'histoire naturelle de Paris et actuellement en charge des collections de minéralogie. Et à l'issue de cet entretien de plus de 2 heures, il m'est possible d'avancer quelques éléments plus précis sur la collection minéralogique de Caillois. Je dis d'autres seront publiés ultérieurement. C'est pas moi là, c'est pas ma prudence que je mets en avant éditoriale, c'est plutôt celle de mon interlocuteur. Donc voilà, des choses que je ne dirai pas tout de suite parce que dans les travaux à venir. Alors d'abord, mais ça je m'en doutais un peu, je suis évidemment pas spécialiste, vous l'avez compris, mais à lire attentivement les textes de Caillois sur les pierres, je m'en doutais un peu. Ça m'a été absolument confirmé par spécialistes. Hein. La science minéralogique de Caillois est peu sûre. Elle est peu sûre et surtout elle est ancienne, à l'époque même de ses écrits. Quand Caillois a écrit ces choses-là, il y a vraiment, la minéralogie a été totalement refondée, etc., depuis déjà une dizaine d'années, et manifestement, il ne connaît pas. Il ne connaît pas ces références-là, et puis, bon, manifestement, ça n'intéresse pas énormément. Hein. Et de fait, comme j'ai tâché de le suggérer ici, Caillois s'intéresse plutôt à l'histoire des discours, à l'histoire des savoirs, ou pseudo-savoirs consacrés aux pierres, c'est-à-dire qu'il ne se livre pas à une œuvre de vulgarisateur scientifique. Hein. Il ne s'agit pas pour lui de vulgariser les dernières connaissances auprès d'un large public, mais plutôt d'une sorte d'archéologie des savoirs et des discours sur cet objet particulier qu'est la pierre. Alors sa collection, qui a compté plus de 1500 échantillons, a longtemps été pour partie dispersée. Un peu après sa mort, c'est demandé hein, par Caillois lui-même, une partie en a été léguée au muséum, mais une partie seulement. Hein. À peu près de 200 échantillons parmi les plus intéressants. Mais les héritiers, en fait, ont tenu pendant longtemps à conserver le reste sur le marché, simplement pour valoriser, hein, au sens économique du mot, cette collection. Alors l'essentiel en a tout récemment été reconstitué et est désormais déposé au Muséum d'histoire naturelle, donc à 1200 ou 1300, c'est pas tout à fait la collection complète, mais pas loin. Le catalogue, par ailleurs, qu'on a dressé Caillois est particulièrement erratique. Lacunaire, fautif, mais il a été récemment étudié de près et là aussi on devrait avoir des publications. D'autre part, cette collection, qui comporte quelques merveilles, hein, évidentes comme celle que je vous ai montrée, mais il y en a d'autres aussi, mais en tant que collection, en tant qu'ensemble, hein, de 1500 et quelques échantillons, elle est en fait assez décevante. Hein, elle est de qualité très illégale. Encore une fois, il y a de très belles choses, nombreuses, à la fois d'un point de vue esthétique et scientifique, mais quant à l'ensemble de la collection, non, elle n'est pas... et fait rare pour un collectionneur, Caillois est resté toute sa vie un acheteur compulsif, très éclectique et pas toujours très exigeant. Hein. Très souvent, un collectionneur, hein, vous savez, d'abord il se spécialise, hein, et puis il devient de plus en plus... voilà. Caillois, pas tellement. Hein, il a continué toute sa vie à buzarder, en quelque sorte. Alors, ce dernier élément, surtout, m'a fait poser à François Farge cette question de Béotien, mais alors pourquoi avoir tellement œuvré pour reconstituer cette collection et la faire acquérir par le muséum si vous aviez déjà les plus belles pièces, etc. Et en fait, la réponse a été très simple et très directe, parce que c'est Caillois. C'est le responsable des collections du Muséum d'histoire naturelle de Paris, quoi. Hein, donc, voilà, il est en charge de mission. Et la réponse est très claire, c'est Caillois. Hein, on veut la collection de Caillois. Alors, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Moi, je le traduis comme ça. En tout cas, ce que je comprends, c'est que la collection en tant que telle, elle vaut aussi, et peut-être surtout, par les livres qu'elle a inspirés à Roger Caillois. En tout cas, c'est comme ça que le présente Farge, hein, très clairement, ouais, Et après tout, c'est peut-être qu'un juste retour des choses, puisque même minéralogiste, hein, me montrant j'avais reçu dans la réserve dans une des réserves du muséum, c'était un jour de fermeture, et puis sur la table, il y avait des casiers, quoi, avec des pierres qui n'étaient pas du tout aussi belles que celles que je vous ai montrées, on va se retrouver dans les réserves, quoi. Et en me montrant ça, à la fin, je me disais, ben voilà, pour vous, ce sont des cailloux. Pour nous, ce sont des livres. Donc, en fait, c'est une sorte de juste retour des choses, hein, que ce soit au nom des livres de Caillois que le Muséum national d'histoire naturelle de Paris ait enfin réussi à reconstituer un peu cette collection. Voilà, je vous remercie. C'est du quartz fantôme, ça. J'ai bien compris, c'est ça le quartz fantôme.
Ouais, merci Franck, c'est très très éclairant. J'ai une question sur la collection. Est-ce que Caillois a aussi collectionné l'art abstrait? C'est-à-dire, est-ce qu'il a mis en application, en quelque sorte, par la collection l'esthétique universelle dont tu nous as parlé?
En tant que collectionneur, pas un collectionneur d'art. Bon, il a des pièces, hein. Il a des pièces, et puis il a rencontré plusieurs de ses peintres, etc. À la fin, c'est pas Malraux, quoi, de ce point de vue. Même si la démarche ressemble souvent, vous savez, on connaît bien ces photos de Malraux quand il se lance dans la pseudo-histoire de l'art, hein, la métamorphose des dieux, etc. On le voit, il est sur son plancher, et puis il joue avec des reproductions photographiques, hein, en mettant une statue Inca à côté une statue grecque, etc., en jouant comme ça. Bon. Et Caillois fait un peu ça, au moins mentalement, mais pas vraiment matériellement avec les œuvres d'art. Ces autres collections, par contre, ça a été, il y en a eu plusieurs, mais dans le particulier les papillons. Alors, je voulais en parler, et en particulier sur cette question de règne, parce que l'une des grandes déceptions de la collection des papillons, c'est que alors oui, manifestement, en plus, il a acheté très cher une collection. Par contre, il chassait les papillons. Il chassait pas les pierres, mais il chassait les papillons, un peu. Et il a acheté manifestement assez cher. Il semble qu'il soit un peu fait avoir une collection d'un amateur, mais acharné, hein, des Pyrénées. Et qui, alors peut-être aussi qu'il l'a peut-être que ça avait été mal conditionné ou qu'il l'a mal protégé, c'est possible aussi. Enfin, en quelques années, ça c'est... Voilà. Hein, donc, il en a vendu quand même quelques-uns pour pouvoir tester des pierres. Mais il y a, je pense, et ça, on voit ça dans Patagonie aussi, mais j'en parlerai éventuellement plus tard, il y a aussi dans ce rapport à la collection chez Caillois, l'idée que la collection, c'est quand même aussi un cimetière. Et ça, c'est dit très clairement dans un très beau texte, un très beau passage de Patagonie. La première référence au musée, c'est ça. Il voit sur la plage de Patagonie des cadavres de toutes les espèces animales possibles, et il parle de musée macabre. Les pierres, c'est au-delà de la vie et de la mort. Ça, il le dit très clairement. C'est pas le règne de la mort. C'est pas comme Lamarck disant le cristal de roche, c'est la mort. C'est le règne dans lequel ces questions n'ont plus de sens. Hein, donc, non seulement c'est inaltérable, d'accord, donc j'aurais pas les mêmes mésaventures qu'avec mes papillons. Hein, ma collection, de pouvoir là, bon, c'est dit aussi de plus en plus précisément. C'est une leçon de ténèbres. Il y a un texte parmi les derniers textes de Caillois qui s'appelle Leçon de ténèbres. Et la contemplation de ces pierres, c'est comment apprendre à mourir. Très clairement, ça. Il est à la fin de sa vie, il est malade, il sait. Bon, voilà. a quelque chose qui fait avec ça. Mais donc, du coup, la mise en pratique en termes de collection dans son intérieur privé, etc., de cette comparaison, il l'a fait, bien sûr, il la pense. Il y a des exemples, mais ce n'est pas systématique.
Non, j'ai trouvé très intéressant l'approche de Caillou.
Presque comme Caillou.
Ah.
Ça a souvent été remarqué. Oui, oui.
L'approche pour l'idée de ce que la Renaissance, la période historique du XVIIe et XVIIIe siècle, cette image, mais je crois que la clé est clairement son rapport avec Bachelard. Je crois que c'est une approche à l'histoire des sciences très Bachelard.
Et il le cite à plusieurs reprises, et ils se sont connus avant la guerre, hein. Ils étaient très proches.
Alors, ma question est sur les rapports personnels avant la guerre, vous avez dit. Et,
il continue à se fréquenter après la guerre, hein, mais Gaston Bachelard a participé à plusieurs reprises au collège de sociologie. Il y a plusieurs communications de Bachelard au collège de sociologie. Et après, il continue et surtout, il se lise. Alors, il y a quand même une grande différence, c'est que quand Bachelard, bon, on parle du Bachelard, bien sûr, avant tout, enfin, moi, je parle du Bachelard de la psychanalyse du feu, la théorie de la volonté, enfin, d'élémental, hein, comme il disait lui-même. C'est que Bachelard, en fait, il travaille à partir de la poésie. Il prend des métaphores, hein, des métaphores qui sont plus ou moins, parfois c'est même des explications de texte, hein, enfin, qui sont plus ou moins répandues dans un corpus poétique, et à partir de ces métaphores, il déplie une sorte de psychologie, de phénoménologie élémentale dans le rapport à la nature, etc. Et son point de départ, c'est le langage, en fait, et même c'est le langage poétique. D'une certaine manière, Caillois fait l'inverse. Hein, on part vraiment de l'échantillon naturel, on part de l'aile de papillon, on part du caillou pour aboutir à ça. Donc ça se rejoint bien sûr, ça consonne beaucoup, mais c'est pas la même démarche.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Sorry about that, I don't speak in French, I will speak in English. Just a comment, but I found it interesting the relation between Loire and the other expositions today, where we were discussing about the importance of the objects and the para-objects, and here we found the importance of the subject in this collection, and it's interesting to think about the relationship between subjects, objects, and para-objects, and why, and which ways those things became in the history of this collection, because this collection is in a museum, but is a thematic collection. How work that situation in other collections, and how the collections are crossed over by these situations. Interesting things, the relation between those things.
Je ne suis pas sûr d'avoir tout bien compris, mais je vais quand même essayer de répondre.
Sur le fait que ici on a une collection qui clairement on voit un auteur et qui est présenté comme ça par le conservateur actuel qui donne que même dans les collections de sciences, c'est logique de rapporter une partie des collections à des auteurs et peut être présenté aussi.
Mais je crois qu'en même temps, c'est révélateur des limites, en tout cas dès qu'on a affaire à un musée, c'est-à-dire un espace qui doit présenter à un public. C'est quand même assez révélateur des limites de la séparation. Hein. On le sait bien, et là par exemple la galerie de minéralogie du musée d'histoire naturelle, elle est très pédagogique, mais c'est une splendeur. Et ils en sont parfaitement conscients. Et ils n'ont pas l'impression de trahir leur métier pour autant, d'ailleurs. On a voulu faire quelque chose de beau, de spectaculaire, etc. Encore une fois, c'est très pédagogique. Hein. Je n'ai jamais compris avant comment ça marchait, la composition du cristal. J'ai eu l'impression de comprendre en regardant leur machin. Voilà, hein, on fait de la science, on est bien d'accord. Mais voilà, il faut que ça... Et on sait bien aussi, ça a été critiqué d'ailleurs, c'était au Muséum, la galerie de l'évolution, la grande galerie de l'évolution, c'est un théâtre, enfin. Hein, il y a la dimension esthétique, elle est architecturalement parlant, visuellement parlant, elle est bien présente. Donc en fait, et puis du côté des artistes, Caillois développe souvent, y compris critique. Hein, on est depuis assez longtemps hein, dans cette idée que l'objet, alors qu'il soit scientifique, qu'il soit naturel, etc., peut être constitué en œuvre d'art. Bon, la limite, c'est le ready-made de Duchamp, mais on sait bien le nombre de sculpteurs ou d'installateurs qui ont travaillé, par exemple, qui me dit, mais avec des objets scientifiques anciens. Hein, c'est magnifique comme objet. Hein, on a comme ça des tas d'artistes contemporains qui ont travaillé avec, comme ça, ces vieilles machines en cuivre, verre, etc., pour en faire des sculptures. Où l'art de l'installation joue aussi beaucoup là-dessus, ou l'art brut, etc. Donc on est de toute façon dans des moments où, somme toute, au moins quand il s'agit de collections publiques en tout cas, où la part publique des collections, pour le dire peut-être plus précisément, a ces différences entre science, art, esthétique, savoir, etc. Elles sont pas si nettes. Je suis pas sûr qu'elles l'aient jamais été d'ailleurs.
Acerca interesante de conexión entre la danza, la poesía o la escritura. Le libro de la Pierre, c'est environnement scientifique.
Oui, c'est assez... Alors, Caillois a eu c'est un peu normal, hein, comme il a fait vraiment des choses très différentes. Il a eu plusieurs moments enfin, on n'a pas lu toujours le même Caillois. Dans les années 70, par exemple, il y a eu un grand moment de Caillois théoricien du fantastique. Pendant une dizaine d'années, vraiment, c'était dans tous les programmes universitaires, les Caillois et fantastique, son anthologie de la littérature fantastique, son réflexion sur le fantastique. Dans les années 50, sa sociologie, hein, notamment sur les mythes, sur les jeux, voilà, il était bon. Les pierres, c'est quand même ce qui a marqué le plus, et c'est ce qui reste aujourd'hui le plus vivant de son œuvre, même si on est en train de redécouvrir Caillois, on va dire. Mais c'est ce qui reste le plus vivant de son œuvre, c'est toujours publié, ça a toujours été, en poésie Gallimard. Bon, il y a le grand livre de Skira, qui est devenu une rareté maintenant. Je remercie Irina d'avoir réussi à le retrouver ici. C'est un marchand argentin, parce que hein, en France, moi, j'y arrivais pas, hein, parce que c'était un livre Skira, c'était à la limite du livre d'art, ça n'a pas été imprimé à beaucoup d'exemplaires, ça n'a jamais été réimprimé, donc c'est vraiment devenu pratiquement un objet de collection. Et Gallimard, même Gallimard n'a jamais réussi à récupérer tous les droits. C'est pour ça que dans toutes les œuvres ensuite publiées chez Gallimard, notamment chez Quarto, il y a l'œuvre pour l'écriture des pierres, qui est un des 3 grands textes sur les pierres, il n'y a que des extraits de l'écriture des pierres. C'est ce qu'ils ont réussi à racheter à Skira, quoi. Donc oui, ça reste. Et pour revenir au muséum, enfin, je me disais, mais régulièrement, on a des demandes. On veut voir les Caillois. Et c'est des gens qui, avant tout, surtout parce que l'écriture des pierres, contrairement aux autres textes, il y a des photos. C'est ce que je vous ai montré au début, c'est extrait de l'écriture des pierres. Donc c'est un dialogue aussi très intéressant entre le texte et l'image. Et donc c'est des gens, c'est clair, c'est des gens qui ont ça dans leur bibliothèque et qui veulent les voir en vrai. Et donc régulièrement, on a dit, mais quand est-ce que vous nous faites une exposition Kelwan? Donc oui, ça dure.
Bon, merci.
Merci à vous.
Oui, continuer avec Perdón, Tomás. Perdón de la Universidad viene de Barcelona. He told she talked today about he will talk about Almero plant as a farm use and destination of his botanical collection.
I have to find my presentation, but sorry. Okay. ¿Está compartida la pantalla? Zoom. Que tengo que ver. Compartir desde acá. Compartir pantalla. Y en ciego. Gracias. Con pantalla. Voy a intentar que esto no moleste, pero. Okay. I would like to begin by thanking all of you and thanking the organizer for inviting me to participate in this seminar. And I must also apologize for the change in the topic of my presentation, which occurred almost in the last moment. Para pasar la flecha.
Sí, también me pasaba.
De aquí entonces, vamos. Sí. Okay. This is the first title I give Susana when she write me in Barcelona to propose a subject of my intervention. The title is the one you read here, although as you will see at the end of my talk, I changed. Okay. Sorry, but no. Okay. And the title finally is completely different. And as you will see at the end of my talk, a response perhaps more futuristic than to the current state of my research. In my work plan, the work plan is the document that we had to be drawn to make possible the signature of the second agreement. And in my work plan, I set out two main objectives for my secondment in Argentina. The first one was to follow the trial of collection of anatomical models in wax or other materials exhibited in popular museums, both in South America and in Southern Europe, Spain, Portugal, Italy, and France. paying special attention to the beginnings of these transatlantic journeys of the collections during the first decades of the 19th century. Since those from the final decades of the century are better known and more numerous. And that is why my first proposal to Susana, still made from Spain, was directly towards this subject of anatomical collections. But fearing that I will not be able to tell you anything new after only 5 days of work in Argentina, I resort to the old trick of reaching into the drawers in which one stores those subjects already in progress. In that first title, I suggested presenting here something related to the oldest Spanish traveling anatomical collection. We know of that crossed the Atlantic in the first decades of the 19th century. The collection of the anatomical sculptor and perhaps surgeon and physician, the Italian origin, Giuseppe Chiappi. Chiappi, sorry, okay, no, para ir atrás, ahora. Ah, sí, ahora funciona. Okay. The subject I worked on together with my colleague and friend Alfonso Zarzoso, and which has already given rise to some partial publications, although we have not exhausted in them all that the archives have given us so far, nor how much remains to be researched on the character. In fact, there is a dissertation in progress by our PhD student, Lu Lin, which will attempt to explore this avenue in greater depth. The issue of the traveling anatomical collections is therefore on my work plan for the next few weeks, but I must confess that I have not yet begun my research on this topic. On the other hand, as you all know, it has been the subject of numerous publications of Irina Podgorny, so there was nothing new I could contribute to this seminar that had not been dealt with her or in our publications with Alphonse. I don't say this is an excuse, but my first proposal was also the result of linguistic laziness. I mean, Alphonse and I had already translated mentally and materially into English our work on Giuseppe Chiappi, published 2 years ago. This is in this volume of Ceroplastics. And that said, for me, having to tell you something else in English, especially when it's a subject whose sources and most of the bibliography are in Spanish. In any case, on Thursday night, I had dinner in San Telmo with Laura and Nathalie and Frank, and the conversation with them decided me to change my mind about my intervention. I decided to renounce to the comfort of repeating what other audiences had already heard from Alphonse or from me. And so I decided to organize a bit the materials I gathered in preparation to deal with the second of the objectives of my work plan during secondment. It was in principle to look for testimonies or at least indication of the formation of the first collection of fruit models of wood and samples of fruit trees, of illustrations of both elements, of seeds, of herbariums, as well as of the conditions of production, circulation, and exhibition of these botanical collections in the Provincias Unidas del Río de la Plata, so in the first decades of the 19th century. As some of you who listened to my talk in the workshop held in Angers will remember that after Xavier Ullet's work on José Salvador is the sixth generation of a Barcelona family of apothecaries, merchants, and agricultural owners, I have become interested in the emergence of collections of these botanical objects, especially of crude models in different materials, from wax to papier-mâché, passing by plaster, wood, or even alabaster or marble. My interest in the materiality of these objects also implies interest in those who conceived them, those who produced them, the recipients, the spaces where they were made and exhibited, their uses, and last but not least, their subsequent varied fortunes or fates between destruction, oblivion, or passing to the museum heritage. The historiography of these collections focuses on the second half of the 19th century, that their period of greatest production and circulation. At the time, both in Europe and in America, the teaching of agronomy and horticulture was becoming firmly institutionalized. In fact, In fact, the collections I found during my secondment at Le Mans last year and briefly reported on the SciCoMove blog are closely related to institutions or formal teaching on agronomy, horticulture, and fruit growing. But as I explained in Angers, the chronology, the period and characteristic of the Barcelona collections, as well as José Salvador project to produce the so-called Pomona Española, is the period 1835 to 1850. And that fact obliged me to situate my research in a different scenario from that of the teaching institutions of the second half of the century. Not only because it's an earlier time, but also because it involves actors, spaces, practices, exhibition circuits, etc., that are very different from those of these collections in the context of formal education. Here, in the case of Salvador, but also in the case of the collections previous to 1850, the actors are of two orders. On the one hand, landowners, small and medium-sized agricultural landowners, sharecroppers, and other agricultural labor of very different kinds. Families, men and women, involved in putting together of collection of models or herbarium or collection of seeds or albums of illustration, botanical illustrations. And on the other hand, men, and perhaps also women, sculptors, craftsmen, or painters involved in the production of the models in different materials. Models and visual representation that made it possible to exhibit the species and varieties produced in the farms, in spaces such as agricultural fairs, exhibition of varying scale and content, but also oriented towards the commercialization of these fruit and vegetable products. A better understanding of the context of production and circulation of these models and images would allow us to gain a more defined and refined approach to the spaces of production and reception of new horticultural and fruit growing knowledge in the hands of agricultural entrepreneurs, wax, plaster and watercolor craftsmen, engravers and plate makers, buyers and sellers, in general speaking. Therefore, the essential questions The essential questions to advance in my research in these weeks in my secondment are the first, did the interest of agricultural owners in making their products known in exhibition spaces, at fairs or local and regional exhibition include the production of models of fruit, vegetables and tubers? The second, I have. Okay. The second question, when did the first collection appear in the La Plata area? Who were the first protagonists? Was there any kind of local artisanal production before the big European manufacturers set sail and their catalogs invaded the South American market? It is possible to trace signs of all this in the incipient press of bulletins, newspapers, and magazines published in the cities of the Provincias Unidas. And finally, did the brothers Jaume and Pere Giralt, who we know were José Salvador's correspondents in Montevideo, play a role in this context? Because the fact is that there are testimonies in the press. Sorry, it's impossible to. Ah, no, aún no. Dime. Aquí. ¿Desde cuándo no se ha? ¿Desde el principio? Ah, vale. Ahora vuelvo a dar presentación. Vale, y volvemos aquí. ¿Ahora se ve? Bueno, tapa la cabecera del... Esto no se puede quitar de ninguna manera. Ah. ¿Esto?
¿De ahí?
Sí.
Ahora, un segundo. Se va a ir solo.
Perdona, ok. Vale. There are testimonies in the press published in Barcelona, and in the image, a transcription of two of them, that prove that in the late 30s and early 40s of the 19th century, the Giralt brothers sent objects from Montevideo to expand Salvador collections, both zoological, paleontological, as well as botanical objects. And this is in the Guardia Nacional, a liberal newspaper in Barcelona, and this is the Museo de las Familias, published by the Academy of Science in Barcelona, where we learn that José Salvador presented objects sent by Giralt brothers, Jaume or Pere. Jaume or Pere in Argentina transformed his name in Jaime and Pedro, because it's the Spanish name and not the Catalan name. This Pedro Giralt or Jaime Giralt. I have not yet managed to find out anything about the activities of the brother Jaime Giralt, but there is a lot of information about his brother Pedro, because Pedro was the co-founder and teacher of the Colegio de los Escolapios de los Apóstoles Felipe y Santiago in Montevideo from 1836, the foundation of the Colegio, to 1857. Beyond our period of study, Pedro Giralt was founder of the Escuela Normal in República Oriental del Uruguay, together with Félix Artau and other Catalan priests like Pedro Giralt. And Giralt also published the first physical Geografía Física de la República Oriental del Uruguay and founded the Sociedad de Ciencias Naturales in Montevideo. While waiting to cross to Montevideo to find out more about the Giralt brothers, in the 4 days of work that I have been working in Buenos Aires, I have visited the National Library and the library and archive of the Museo Farmacobotánico Juan Aníbal Domínguez, located, as you know very well, in the Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Buenos Aires. What made me land in that museum as soon as I arrived in Buenos Aires last Tuesday? On the one hand, the fact that my research card at the National Library takes between 3 and 5 days to be ready, and I could consult only books published after 1940. And on the other hand, and this is the actual reason, because of the irresistible temptation to see firsthand the Bonpland, the archivo Bonpland that the Museo Farmacobotánico holds. Something I was able to do already last week, as I had previously contacted Gabriela Maioni, who works as a curator at the museum and whom I had met in Spain years ago. But the fundamental question is, why Bonpland? And my hypothesis is only an hypothesis that this archivo Bonpland could be one of the ways of accessing the condition of production of the collections accumulated, not only by Bonpland, but also those that pass through his hands, or which he was aware throughout the extensive period from 1817 to 1858, more than 40 years, exactly the period of José Salvador developed his activities as collector and horticultural entrepreneur in Barcelona and traveling in France and Belgium. There are, I am aware of these specialists and scholars who have worked and continue to work on the Bonpland's American half-life. In Argentina, as most of you know very well, better than me, there are even foundations, magazines, and municipalities, not to mention streets, squares, and monuments named after Bonpland. In France, there are in no sort of studies in his manuscripts keeps in the halls in the Museum d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris. Also, in the mainstream historiography of science, Bonpland remains, of course, the eternal second fiddler, who disappears in the shadow as soon as he leaves Alexander von Humboldt his well-known companion in the voyage aux régions équinoxiales du Nouveau Continent. But this situation, on the other hand, has given an apologetic and vindicative tone, sometimes disproportionate, to large sectors of Bonplandian historiography. For this reason, many works have a victimizing and hagiographic tone about the Bonpland, which at this point has become somewhat tiresome. I am, of course, a perfect parvenu in Bonplandian studies, but I am reluctant to give up learning something new about it, following the thread of what our project proposes, that of these scientific collections on the move. Because it is a question of movement. If it is a question of movement, we could say that Bonpland's life was a perpetual motion, a continuous on the move that became ever more acute during the last 40 years of his life, spent entirely in the lands of Southern America. As Irina Podgorny has written, and I quote, "The scientific endeavors of Bonpland cannot be separated from his interest in commerce of local products, the adaptation of exotic species in South American environments, his connections with the French merchant houses, and the importance of the navigation routes for scientific exploration, but also for the trade and international politics." End of the quote. Within the non-ending undertakings of Bonpland in provinces of Corrientes and Rio Grande do Sul, I am especially interested in his facet as owner of agricultural enterprises, and of course, his relationship with botanical collections, his own and others, related to those enterprises and those of his contemporaries. The work of Stephen Bell, despite the time that elapsed since its publication, is still the richest in information of Bonpland's activity as agricultural entrepreneur. With the peace dissertation of Cédric Cerruti, published 2 years after Bell's book, both are the essential starting point for any research on the subject. Bell collected numerous news items about Bonpland's fruit plantations in different places, but also about his seed and herbarium collections and the shipments of both to different correspondents in Europe and in America, as well as the existence, among others, of a collection of fruit preserved in wine spirit jars. But Bell focuses on Bonpland and his collections, so he says little about those of other producers, other agricultural entrepreneurs in the same area like Bonpland. I believe, therefore, that there is still some ground to be covered on this subject, especially if, as in my case, we want to focus on the formation of the collection of sheets, herbarium sheets, wood, representations in models or images, and their owners, and on the circulation in spaces and among people related to trade and agricultural in the region. So, has led me to the Archivo Bonpland is to gain a better understanding of the character, extent, and contents of his farms, but above all, of the relationship established with other landowners and agricultural entrepreneurs in the Provincias Unidas. Among Bonplan's continuous movements, one may be of particular interest: the annual trip to Montevideo to present to the French consulate the proof of life that allowed him to continue receiving the pension assigned to him by the Museum d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris, in payment for his shipments of natural history materials to Paris. And among the experimental and commercial plantations he carried out in his various agricultural enterprises in Misiones, Corrientes, or Rio Grande do Sul. I am particularly interested in the species and varieties of fruit, especially citrus fruits, which appear insistently in archived documents and which are mentioned almost always in passing in some works that have been devoted to his years in Santa Ana, in Candelaria, in Paraguay, or in South Borgia. No. With this particular aspect of his holdings and the relationship he had with his colleagues on the other side of the Atlantic, especially the French, led him at some point to become interested in the techniques or reproducing models of easier display and preservation than natural fruit in wine spirit jars. That is the technique of preservation we know that Bonpland used. Above all, beyond Bonpland, in the archive, there are letters exchanged with agricultural owners in Misiones, Paraguay, Corrientes, or Rio Grande do Sul. Can one find allusions to the existence or interest in artificial models or agricultural products, especially fruits and vegetables, on the part of any of these agricultural entrepreneurs? I have no answer to this question for the moment. In any case, if at the end of my secondment here nothing emerges either from the archive or from the contemporary local press, which I will start consulting as soon as the National Library prepares my research path, there will be some substantial stories left that I learned in the rich Bonplandian bibliography. For example, about his intervention in the edition of the Manual de Agricultura by Tomás Grijera, owner of a chacra in what is now Lomas de Zamora, or the herbarium prepared during Bonpland's first American trip with Humboldt, which apparently inadvertently was packed with the rest of the luggage and reappeared unexpectedly in Buenos Aires, led in deposit at home of the Regidor Manuel de Regidor of Buenos Aires, Manuel José Galup, as a pledge for the debts that Bonpland has contracted with him. Or the collection of miniature watercolors of insects and butterflies, of which we still do not know the sources, the authors, objectives, or uses, although Bell, in his book, and other authors have pointed some hypotheses about the origins of this beautiful collection of miniatures watercolors. These cases give an idea of how much the character, like Bonpland, the baggage that accompanied him in his eternal itinerancy, and the relationship he established with other agricultural entrepreneurs can contribute to dismantle certain ideas that have been repeatedly asserted by historiography and continue to renew subjects, arguments, and interpretation of our scientific collections of the MOVE. Thank you for your attention. Technical, because with two screens, two keywords is difficult to me. Sorry.
Collection.
No, in the archivo. No. Only the collection of watercolors, miniature of the insects.
And not more or less.
No, because in fact, the papers of Bonpland that constitute now the Archivo Bonpland arrives in this kind of museum very late and in different circumstances. So there are papers that the Nieto, grandson of Bonpland, give to the Juan Dominguez, that it was his professor of pharmacology in the Faculty of Medicine. So it's not a really archive Bonpland, it's only the final documents, letters, and different papers who his family or his one of his grandsons, because the family, Bonpland family in Argentina is very large, but this individual had started studying medicine at the beginning of the 20th century with Dominguez, and finally Dominguez reached to keep this collection of documents and in the Museum of Pharmacobotanica.
So you are working with the case where you have many parents?
Yes, I work only on that Ginsburg said traces very tenuous indicios, no? But only.
Very interesting.
The collection of Bonpland is in France.
Yes, the main part of the collection is in France because he continues the pension that they have in Montevideo each year is, of course, because he sent continually herbariums and any kinds of collection to Paris. And also in Paris, there's a beautiful collection of manuscripts with the Journal of Voyage and Journal Botaniques. But one Journal Botanique is in the Archivo Bonpland. Only one volume of the very interesting Journal Botanique, very interesting. Not digital, no, digitalized. Yes, numérisé en français, but digitalized, nothing at the moment of this archive.
Can you see the first model in Museum of Pharmacology?
Yes. There are fruit models, but many for several origins, not only a production. And in any case, with a chronology more later than I interest interested.
Okay, they correspond.
No, but my interest is more in the agricultural entrepreneurs that Bonpland contacts, no? That in the Bonpland itself himself, no? Because I think that is the net of this kind of agricultural entrepreneurs that is interesting in the past to create a collection for commercial purposes. And try to learn about the first spaces of exhibition related to the commercialization of the horticultural products. No? This is my interest.
Very interesting. Is it nothing to think in the Montevideo as a node in the fruits of the transport of collection and the contact different people, because Bonpland visit Montevideo, participate the French group of the people in Montevideo. I suppose that it is related to the French capital
For the ships, men. So yes. And I have a dream. I have the dream that it's possible to find some evidence about some kind of meet or relationship with Girard brothers, because the Girard brothers are very linked to the French colony in Montevideo also. In fact, in the Colegio Escolapio de los Santos Apóstoles, there are various students from families, French families of the French colony in Montevideo. So maybe I can link Girard brothers, Bonpland, and Salvador. This is the dream, no? But
look at the diplomatic archives in Nantes.
In Nantes, when I no, because in Nantes, when I travel to Nantes, I don't expect to find these beautiful collections of fruits. So
yeah, but in Nantes they have the archives of the consuls, the people who were the head of the diplomatic, but they were not ambassadors, they were more elected from the local community.
Okay.
So it's very complicated to look at these archives. There are the inventories are very strangely made. You have to contact them in advance, but perhaps there.
So I need to come back to Nantes.
First, the Girard brothers, perhaps see information about them. I have no idea, but.
Oh no, but this is a good suggestion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would like to. Irina wants to talk.
Espera, dejo de compartir.
No importa. No, I was thinking of Bonpland as a kind of broker in terms of, because he connected different worlds, but also he traded in different objects. So I think the trade in seeds maybe can be connected with the trade in books. So he was also selling books. And maybe if you go to the National Library, because he was offering his books to different libraries, so in Montevideo, to La Rañaga, but also in Buenos Aires. So if you get access to the library in Buenos Aires, maybe it could be interesting if there are some of the books that Bonpland brought with him, which are also about agriculture, horticulture, and all the botanical novelties, but not also in terms of botany, but also in terms of gardening and agricultural products. But maybe this knowledge he brought with him, but which is to sell, is to be found in the National Library collections.
Yes, I only find the list that Miguel Dasua published at the end of his book of La Ciencia de Mayo.
No, it is in the Larrañaga correspondence.
Yes.
You know, yeah, it is here. So because Bonpland, so it is published at the Larrañaga's complete book work. And so the letter sent by Bonpland to Larrañaga in Montevideo has the list of the books he bought, he brought to Buenos Aires to sell. And he was offering those books to Chile, Buenos Aires, and Montevideo.
Okay, in my next visit of the National Library, I have finally my research path, and I can consult the Larrañaga. Is I think the third volume of the public.
The correspondence, Larrañaga's correspondence. There are 5-6 letters of Bonpland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Irina.
I was you are seeking to establish the difference between human works on and schooling. I don't know, not only for the technique, but also the presentation. Because we are talking about nature, life, the presentation of also the beginning of the life.
It is an obvious link about this, not only in from the point of view of the art theory, but also historical link, because often is the same producer, the same artisan that produce works, anatomical works, that produce also anatomical fruits or models of fruits or vegetables from the very, very beginning of this history of this kind of. There are a very beautiful book of an historical of art Italian, and I don't remember now the name, based of the idea of the materiality of works produce the same not technique but epistemological approach to the value of the representation and the hyper-realistic possibility that a material like works offer. I look for the name of the Italian scholar and gave you. In this moment, I don't remember the name. Sorry.
Well, we can take a break for the lunch. We continue at the city now.
So we have an hour. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Well, we continue the seminar in the presentation of the Laura Cházaro from Mexico, from the
Centro de Investigación y de Estudios Avanzados.
Thank you. After okay.
Sí,
Bueno,
sí.
y luego continuaremos con otras presentaciones. En este segundo bloque tenemos también 4 presentaciones que vamos a tratar de respetar los tiempos. Bueno,
Sí.
bienvenida y adelante.
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias por estar aquí a todos. In the name of the global world, voy a hablar en inglés, pero las preguntas pueden ser en francés o en español, que manejo mejor. Bueno, so I will focus on in one instrument, scientific instrument. I focus in the materiality. Scientific knowledge and its products, theories, graphs, objects, share, among others, properties, the capacity to circulate and be exchanged. From the earliest voyages of colonial times, travelers and naturalists circulate objects, plants, animals, maps, sketches through the Americas and into Europe. This paper focuses on the circulation of scientific and medical instruments, especially those transported and commercialized in the field of medicine in Mexico into the late 19th century. While exploring those materials, I asked how device used in medical research circulated, given its remarkable ability to move between different space and location. For some authors, the answers to why certain devices found a place in this trade could be twofold. First, the scientific knowledge consists of theories with structures of rationality that are imposed spontaneously wherever an object lands, and secondly, because of its commodity character. But this is not always true. For some artifacts, to succeed in finding a place, some artifacts succeed in finding a place, others not, with the consequent transformation of their function, as when experimental applications are developed for objects designed for clinical settings, for example. That modification brings about change in the discipline, and those who adapt the artifacts in the new space where they are used, but above all in the objects themselves. Here I am talking about a case of circulation of an instrument that presupposes market negotiation, a medical debate, and the transit through different spaces such as laboratories, hospitals, and museums that would explain his eventually modified existence or life. The object of this study is LEGAI compressed air pump, and an instrument that was acquired by physicians of the Laboratory of Experimental Physiology at Mexico's Instituto Médico Nacional. in the late 19th century. Contemporary literature tells us that those pumps were designed for therapeutic purposes because some physicians believe in the healing effects of compressed air for diseases like disease, tuberculosis, and emphysema. Through exchange among physicians at the Instituto Médico Nacional, the manufacturer trader of the pump, Jean-Paul Rousseau, French instrument maker, legal pump followed trade routes between France and Mexico to be transformed by a complex net of circulation between subjects and objects. At first sight, the market may be seen as just an excuse me. At first sight, the acquisition of the pump, we can see just as another commercial operation. However, we know that the pump was acquired in a period shaped by heated discussion between some physicians on the nature of high-altitude respiration. Some doctors believe that high altitude due to the rarefaction of oxygen cause pathologies among Mexicans, especially a condition named barometric anemia. This condition was typified by a medical French physicians called Denis Jordanet, who stated that Mexican was affected because the majority of Mexicans live in high altitudes. Given that a large part of the Mexican population, Denis Jordanet, were committed to the Mexican population were sick because the Mexican city is localized at 2,000 meters above the sea level. So many Mexican physicians were committed to demonstrating that it is characteristic, especially among indigenous people in Mexico Altiplano, was normal. The life of that device then cannot be understood as a simple purchase of scientific goods, for it was fostered by a movement inspired by nationalistic motives and efforts to solve epistemological aspect of the medicine of the time. Affective of political factors also lay behind this acquisition, for the doctors involved were also seeking to save the life of Carlos Pacheco, the Secretario de Economic Development and benefactor of medical research, who suffered or was sick from tuberculosis. But when the legal pump arrived, it did not work. This device, it was broken and incomplete. So in the new home, it had to be corrected by reinvention and adaptation. This device made to treat respiratory disease was modified to work in an experimental laboratory. Delegate pump transit from a life as a commodity to lead an affective existence. The purposes of the pump was to resolve doubts about possible respiratory pathologies caused by high altitude. In this transition, the device went from being used for clinical purposes to becoming an art object. Unique in Mexico, no other pumps were acquired. It endured the time. In France, it was no longer used, considered démodé, and museum object. In Mexico, legalized pump represent the promise of expanding the frontiers of the physiology of high altitude respiration. So I will talk here about this artifact where it was designed to provide air baths in rarefied air for therapeutic purposes. I want to show you. You can this device you as patient you can enter in and stay. Okay. This is to imagine the function. Experimental artifacts are commodities, but not products displayed for sale in a store showcase. On the Mexican side, we know little about how certain instruments were acquired or purchased, or how the challenges of long-distance transport were resolved for them to cross the ocean. Like their counterparts in Europe, Mexican physicians learned to use objects by reading books by European colleagues, some of whom are also invented artifacts, such as Claude Bernard, Jules Marais, whose books explain how device should be used. They acknowledge in this book the important contribution of the artisans who worked with, by instance, Jules Marais and his instrument maker, Charles Verdun. But Mexico had no workshop to produce instruments or artisans capable of wielding them. Doctors there had only books and dealing with traders who brought them from Europe or the United States. Some of them distributed catalogs or inventories of scientific objects written in English or French that gave names and prices and the addresses where instruments could be purchased. But how did those objects circulate? And how were the instruments and the novel technologies that accompanied them acquired? The story of Legai, the story of Legai pump reveals the vicissitude of the circulation and commercialization of those objects that were at first sight commodities. Legai's compressed air pump arrived in Mexico in 1819. Due to thanks to the personal interest of Ignacio Altamirano, a physician who was treating secretario de ministro Pacheco for emphysema. So the physicians were very close to this politician. Another physician, Daniel Vergara Lopez, also was involved in the purchases of instruments, and they acquired the device during a period when both purchases numerous instruments to equip the laboratory of experimental physiology. Vergara was pursuing the main research project of his life, proving that high altitude respiration at 2,250 meters above sea level is normal, not pathological. Given the similar interest, they agreed that a compressed air pump could cure the secretary and, moreover, aid in the research on respiration, Vergara and Altamirano. So they decided to purchase this Legay pump. Legay was the inventor, the French inventor of this pump. And the cost of this pump was above 11,684 French francs. It's important. It was very, very expensive. Legay's bomb came to Mexico through the aforementioned Paul Rousseau, who had exhibited at the Paris Universal Exhibition in 1819. He built following the plans of its inventor, Legay, who was a member of the Academy of the Medicine. Rousseau was a typical instrument maker of his time, an owner, a medium-sized business. He produced a lot of instruments, not only the pump. He decided to orient sales toward Latin American countries, and he described them, the Latin American, as avid consumers of such artifacts. From 1887 on, his company contact Mexican physician at the Universal Exhibition to supply the Escuela de Medicina and the Instituto Médico Nacional with scientific objects. But dealing with Rousseau, as with other instrument makers, were not easy. Agreements were often broken, and misunderstanding and conflicts were common. It is not exaggeration to say that the existence and functioning of instruments reflect antagonistic relations among physicians and European manufacturers and merchants. This is another instrument maker, a French instrument maker, who was in Mexico. A Legay device consists of a chamber that treated respiratory disease by applying bath of compressed air. But acquiring the device and making it work entailed enormous difficulties for researchers at the Institute. The transaction and transport took so long, 10 months, that General Pacheco, who supposedly need this instrument, died before it could be installed, never receiving a compressed air bath. The delays were not due to distance, as goods shipped from the port of Le Havre in France normally arrives in just 2 months, but it did not happen in the case of legal pump. This is the invoice de Rousseau to the Instituto Médico Nacional. When the pump arrives in Mexico, it simply did not work. Vergara found that 2 key pieces were missing: the decompression bell and the reservoir. The device that Rousseau had sold was incomplete. Rousseau argued that there had been a misunderstanding due to lack of knowledge of the part of the Mexicans, that the parts were accessories, he said, and were not included because the purchases order, the invoice, that the Instituto did not require those accessories. Thought he knew that the apparatus would never work without them. After asking for an extra payment, Rousseau sent these accessories 10 months later. This anecdote reveals that the textbooks and catalogs available to potential buyers are sufficient to allow those objects to circulate freely. After many adjustments and repairs, Legué's pump came to play a key role in the research at the Instituto. In 1893, Dr. Vergara Lopez and his colleagues opened an cabinet of rarefied air baths to treat patients with disease and tuberculosis, while continued to use in their experiment to expose animals and human patients to environments with low atmospheric pressure to describe the mechanism of human adaptation to high elevations. Thus, the pump found a place in Vergara's research on high altitude respiration. Legué's pump served to demonstrate that through a process that Vergara called hyperglobulia, increased red blood cells, Mexicans in the highlands live completely normal despite the rarefied atmosphere. If, as Brunlatour affirms, intimate relations exist between epistemology and commerce, then the case of Legué pumps in Mexico obliges us to inquire into the multiple natures of the objects that circulate, beyond the role of simple commodities that were traded freely, governed only by price. Let us then consider other aspects of the circulation of the artifacts. The laboratories in France where this device was also employed. This is the interior of Legué pumps. This is another instrument that we use when we are measuring the respirations and the functions, the cardiac functions. Those instruments are from Verdun. In 1897, the Instituto received funds to rebuild the physiology laboratory. Vergara Lope was charged to visit European laboratories and study their organization, procedures, and instruments. He went to St. Petersburg, Brussels, Berlin, and Paris. In France, Vergara was invited by Dr. Paul Regnard to the Laboratory of Experimental Physiology at the Sorbonne. In a letter to Altamirano, Vergara describes his visit to this laboratory, focusing on the instruments and how they were arranged in the laboratory space. It is striking that he concentrates on the same ones that he and his colleague in Mexico were already familiar with, especially those used by already deceased physicians such as Denis Jourdanet, Paul Bert, Claude Bernard, with whom he had debated years earlier. His visit seemed to be anchored in the past. A surprised Dr. Regnard asked Vergara, I quote, if there were people in Mexico who still believe in barometric anemia, end of quote. Regnard reminded Vergara that by 1897, that had been disproven, and researchers were exploring other conditions using different instruments. For Regnard, the supposed high-altitude pathologies were an error of the past, of the French medicine. But for Vergara and his colleague, they were not. So they continued to use Legate's pump to produce knowledge. This barometric anemia was a very real present, and the motivation to experiment and refute the supposed backwardness of Mexico, but also to create laboratories and acquire instruments from Europe as emblems of the future and progress for Mexico. Mexico did not have the condition to manufacture scientific instruments, but physicians were helped by local artisans who adapted and converted foreign instruments into unique artifacts, almost object d'art. Vergara modified Legate's pump. I want to emphasize that this plan of Legate pumps it was made by Vergara. Vergara modified the pump. He was donc the physicians were helped by artisans. Beginning as commodity in circulation, this object was transformed into an old-fashioned object out of the circuits of consumption, but with an active life interrupted by the revolution, Mexican Revolution on 1910, when the institute was closed. It should be noted that in Europe, this instrument survives as an object in the collection of the École of Medicine in Paris, as it not did in Mexico, where it was erased. This pump, no, this not exist anymore. The pump in the multiple lives of in its multiple lives of forms of circulation, not only generated knowledge and profits, but also practices and collection materials. In Paris, these pumps are still on display. You can see these pumps in Paris museums. To record the past of chemical and medical science. In Mexico, it produced measurements to the National Museum's exhibit in the anthropology room to talk about the normality of the Mexican altiplano. With that, I finish. And I want to show you the inscriptions that this pump creates. I don't talk about a collection. I talk about an object that it was capable to create inscription to collect in the anthropology museums of Mexico. This graph represents the result of the measurements that Vergara produced to demonstrate the normality of Mexicans in the highlands of where we live. So thank you.
No, I was just wondering about the size that object. I imagine that it's very big.
Yeah.
It was very big. And since I usually work with objects, something that make me wonder is that the size, the complexity, or the morphology constrain very much the trajectory or the biography of objects, because I imagine that such a big instrument needs a wide space, many people working around them or making the conservation, and it constrains also the further trajectories of the object. And I think that those aspects must be kept in mind because, for instance, small instruments or small objects can be, in the case of a revolution, for instance, maybe a researcher can keep the object
to hide in their home.
Such a big instrument needs space, and the space is also needed by institutions for other tasks. So it's just a comment to.
Yeah, it's true. The size of this pump, it's just about. Let me see, because I think I have I can see here, but it measures 1 meter and 60 centimeters, I think, and the large is 2 meters, I think. So it was enormous. And this is very important, not only for the collection reasons, to store, to hide in the case of revolution, but also because to transport, to make easy to move and to modify also the accessibility, and it's very representative of the enthusiasm that Mexicans have about the instruments. I'm working also the biography of those instruments, the chemograph, and they are very, very little. But at the same time, they have the same biography. They disappear. One of the reasons when I began to study the instruments, I was very struck by very surprised, because in Europe they store, conserve, and have a lot of instruments in the museums. In Mexico, I don't find those instruments. They don't exist. They disappear. At the first sight, we can think that the Mexicans are I don't know, ignorant or whatever, or they don't have money. Somebody said me that we don't have money to conserve or to keep all these instruments. But for me, it's not an explanation, because we have pyramids, enormous pyramids in the museums, in European museums and Mexican museums. So we have another explanation, I think. I think we have a different material cultures that are related with the enthusiasm to keep some instruments and not others, to keep the vestige, the skulls. We can keep in the museum some things and not others, and that is very interesting for me. I don't have an answer to those differences, but it's very interesting because they generated other position about knowledge that we produce with those instruments. So thank you for your comments. No? Okay. No.
Vamos a hacer como que ya no viene de Brasil, pero actualmente ella se ha formado en España.
¿Cuál es?
Actualmente participa del proyecto en el archivo histórico, como becaria, es parte de su investigación y de lo que proyecta. No.
Y para pasar en las celdas, ¿no? Oh, hi, everybody. I'd like to start this presentation by saying that today is a very special day for me because this is the first presentation I have given in person after a long time away for many reasons, but more especially relating to motherhood. And so I'd like to thank you, Susanna and Irina, for the invitation, and above all, for the opportunity to bring myself back to work and reconnect me with these great people who I hadn't seen in a long time. So Pepe, Nathalie, I'm really happy to see you again. And coincidentally, my last presentation was exactly 4 years ago at an embryonic meeting of the SciCoMove project in France back in 2019. A few days after that meeting, I defended my PhD dissertation and I returned to Brazil. I did my PhD in Barcelona and I was supervised by Pepe Pardo. At the time, my research revolved around the Salvador family and more specifically, the Americana collections in their cabinet. In other words, I tried to understand, roughly speaking, how a collection of things from America was formed and remained active and updated. But also what these collections mean to the owners and how a lot of this related to their many and vast interests and activities. This is therefore a research that tried to connect material culture, the objects themselves, with different spaces and actors. Through the analysis of the epistolary correspondence that the family maintained with their collaborators, it was possible to recreate part of the networks that they articulated to expand their collections, both in number and reach. The letters also allowed us to understand the way in which the Americana was articulated in these trades, the place they occupied, and the meanings they assumed in these relationships. Design curiosities, exclusive items, differentiate goods, as well as important rhetorical devices, interesting instruments of manipulation and persuasion. In short, the central core of the dissertation dialogues with different scales and points the urgent need to reconfigure access and contributed to a more inclusive historiography capable of overcoming antagonisms and dichotomies, breaking with narratives defined between center and peripheries, protagonists and secondary characters, pre-established and rigid roles of receivers, providers, and intermediaries, or the go-betweens. In this context of scientific collecting, then, the boundaries of classification proved to be blurred, changeable, susceptible to countless variables that directly influence in their understanding and consequently their meanings. Briefly, among the conclusions and the results that reach, and that I like to highlight on this occasion, is that this dissertation argues with the importance of avoiding fixed classifications. This is because we identify in the same that same object had different meanings, not only for the different actors connected to them, but also within the collection itself. The collection was an alive space of movement where the object moved by engendering a continuous process of resignification, which varied according to changes the interests, circumstances, and conveniences. There are many details and several topics of the dissertation that I like to present and expand this discussion, but which unfortunately would deviate from the focus of my proposal for today. Therefore, here's the invitation for all those who want to read my dissertation in full. It's available at this link that I place here on the screen. And I like to take the opportunity to say that a Spanish version is about to be published by ProHistoria, and I believe that it should be available to the public by the beginning of the year in 2024. Well, but going back to our discussion then, I thought it was important to talk a little about my trajectory and these aspects of the dissertation because they directly connect me with what I'm doing now. In a way, I can say that this result, this final point, so to speak, became a starting point, which made it possible to start a new research. In fact, the experience with my dissertation made me see many open doors. It left a clear path for many possibilities. However, this is not by far an exclusive quality of it, but rather a tendency of that is felt by all those who pay attention to this reconfiguration of access. Because in breaking with unilateral interpretation, allow us to get in layers previously ignored or considered irrelevant, which allow us to make connections with an infinity of new actors space. In short, with these agents who didn't have a merely instrumental participation, but on the contrary, and they had an active participation in these networks where each, with their particularities, they also shaped and defined the paths and directions of collecting, for example. The inclusion of new narratives promotes this effect of infinity, because everything seems to be connecting, intertwining in a such way that becomes difficult to define borders and establish limits. And we have felt this inclination orientation become increasingly laden with the emergence of new projects and studies that recognize mobility as a driving force, an interpretivity path. And I don't talk about movement only in terms of circulation flow, but also this capacity for transformation and for establishing connections. And that's why small case studies of a microhistory acquire the dimension of a global phenomenon. And it's precisely this aspect that allows a dissertation dedicated to the early modern age like my own to be able to dialogue with later case studies. And here we start to talk then about my current research, which I recently started, and which I will dedicate myself to over the next 2 years. This is a postdoc research and supervised by Susana Garcia and Irina Podgorny, which is developed within the framework of a collective project, also coordinated by Irina, which has been ongoing for some time, and it's dedicated to studying places of encounters, scientific networks, and practices in the Southern Cone throughout the 19th century. As the title indicates, this research's main object is to situate apothecary shops as important spaces for the classification, display, and exhibition of an American nature. In other words, this research understands apothecary shop as a space for collection or as collections themselves. Therefore, the materia medica displayed and sold in them will be analyzed within this flexibility that we are discussing. I'm interested in understanding the process of the resignification to which these materials were constantly subjected and which allowed them to occupy new places according to the circumstances and the influence of those who, in some way and different degrees, were linked to them. From this general perspective, I will try to answer some questions such as, what justified the presence of certain medicine or plant in the shelves and showcase of these collections? What influenced and who interfered in this selection? How did these collections dialogue with their publics? What did they want to communicate? Well, although these are broad questions, adaptable to different contexts, here they were thought within a very specific time frame, which is the War of the Triple Alliance, or the Paraguayan War. And why? Well, because wars are interesting spaces for encounters, especially when analyzed from the perspective of the history of science. There is a confluence of people, mentalities, knowledge, beliefs, and practices. And within this perspective, in a context of war, apothecary shops are consolidated as privileged space for these encounters. Medicinal products, in this sense, are important testimonies of a period because they dialogue with the conjectures widespread at the time, reflecting their demands. An apothecary's collection follows social transformation and it's constantly updated, even if this process doesn't necessarily mean giving rise to news. medicine and medicinal plants returning to occupy places they once occupied, and which, for different reasons, fell into disuse. In exceptional contexts, such as a war, for example, the presence of certain items overcomes the simplistic nature of provision, converting them into interesting communication instruments that help promote and legitimize discourses, practice, interests, prestige, and powers, for example. The items sold are therefore indicators of how the need takes a convenience character, capable of overcoming negative aspects that until then were impediments, aspects that made its commercialization unviable. For example, a medicine whose cost was too high for the indication it had for what it's promising to treat was commonly replaced by more affordable ones. When this same medicine is related to the treatment of the illnesses that are difficult to control in diseases, outbreaks, and epidemics, the high cost is justified. This association and this dynamic became very clear in my dissertation when we related ipecac or ipecacuana to the plague and all the classificatory transformations that the medicine underwent within the Salvador family collections and in the medical scientific discourses and practices of the time. And therefore, this bias seemed quite suggestive to me and plausible to be refuted in this new context. Analyzing a historical event of this dimension from this perspective allows us to understand the place that the continental nature occupied in everyday institutional and professional life based on the implication of different spaces and actors. The material culture produced in this context is reflection of the exchange promoted in the name of common objectives shared between the nations involved in the conflict. And it's precisely in this link that connects different groups, such as apothecaries, scientists, doctors, surgeons, civilians, indigenous people, healers, militaries, and others, and their particularities, that the aim is to identify these transformations, permanences, and ruptures that distinguish the process of circulation of ideas, production, and diffusion of knowledge on different scales: local, regional, national, continental, and global. In addition, it also contributes to analysis that reflects on the famous dichotomies: protagonists and intermediaries, center and peripheries, popular and erudite, amateur, scientific, among others. In this aspect, the dynamics of the networks also play an important role, especially because I'm interested in investigating the points of consonance between the allied nations, capable of providing some unity between them, especially between Brazil and Argentina. In short, I'm interested in contextualizing from the apothecary shop this hybridism resulting from the coexistence and fusion of ideas from culture specialized in scientific environments with popular and secular knowledge and practice that in the name of a common object try to extract and benefit from the potential of continental nature. I'm sorry. To conclude, I'd like to say that I haven't yet decided whether I will investigate one or some specific medicinal products, such as the quinine, for example, which was very popular at the time, or whether I will work in a broader way without delimiting species. I really don't know yet. As I said, this research is still at the very beginning. I haven't started working with the documents, with the sources. Oh, I'm okay. In fact, everything I'm saying is just an overview of my project. I'm still developing some ideas, selecting the archives and the materials that I intend to consult to work with. I think, okay. As this is a research that brings together different groups and layers, it's essential to analyze different types of sources produced and intended by and for different audiences in order to cross-reference all this information. Therefore, it's planning to consult scientific and academic publications, both from Brazil and Argentina, such as the Pharmaceutical Journal. In addition, collections and inventories of collections, such as the collections of the Museo de Farmabotânica Juan Domingues in Buenos Aires. In Brazil, I intend to consult the collection and documentation of the Coque-Fiocruz archives. Also in Rio de Janeiro, the National Historical Museum and the Army Historical Archive have important funds on the war, correspondences, inventories, iconography, apothecary supply lists, manuals, in short, a lot of things. But in São Paulo, there is interesting things too, especially in the public archives. I believe that the reports of naturalists of the time can also provide relevant information about this triad in nature, disease, and cure. I'm also evaluating the possibilities of searching for materials in the southern region of Brazil. It all depends on how this research will progress, because, of course, it's a 2 years research, which means little time for a subject so documented and so discussed too. War continues to be a theme for many researchers, and the bibliography is dense and is constantly updated, especially for the historians of science, which recognize diseases and epidemics as the biggest, the most important enemy of the conflicts. So I need to do this first to control and organize all information, and then to be able to put limits on the research. That's all. Thanks for your attention. Yeah.
Sí. Why do you think they want to communicate something? And why do you use the term dialogue? Because dialogue implies to people, and you are talking about objects.
Not necessarily.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I think every object has in a collection, and the collection can want to communicate something, and why they communicate through the objects.
Yes.
It's in the same.
Yes. Do you think that this apothecary is a new kind of cabinet of curiosities?
Not exactly, and I think every collection communicates something.
My first ask was related with they prepare the object to sell. Why do you expect a dialogue with someone?
Because I think the objects are important instruments of communication, of social transformations.
Yes, I think now, but in those times, maybe.
Yeah, true. Yes, and in the 18th century, too, in the cabinets of the curiosities, because it's so difficult to establish limits between a cabinet, because I think when a collection is formed, there is relating with all the interests and activities from the collector. It's impossible to separate the interesting. So in the case of the Salvador family, for example, they were collectors, apothecaries. So the same object moved by all the spaces. So this is the point. I think it's difficult to establish limits, and the meaning are changeable, and there is no fixed classification. It's difficult to say that it's an object that just for contemplation, or because it's changing because the collection is unalive, and there is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ahora, para mezclarlo con el tiempo, vamos a hacer un debate también. Bueno, ahora está Alejandro Nathalie, que es docente de la Facultad de Provinciales y Museos. También participa en el proyecto de SciCoMove y también colabora en el proyecto de archivos de Museos. Va a presentar parte del resultado de su última misión en el Jardín Botánico de Mals. Bueno.
Okay, thank you, Susana. I have changed the name of my presentation, sorry, a little bit, just to make it a little bit shorter, because it was a little bit long for PowerPoint, so I have to do it. But it's the same. It's the introduction of Geobrandi in Materia Medica, European Materia Medica at the end of the 19th century. This story is, as Susana told you, it's a new story for me. I was visiting the thank you. Okay, nervous. So when I was at the Botanic Garden in Maze, I was visiting the archives, the library, all the things I supposed to visit. But one thing caught my attention and was very interesting for me. There was a little sign on a door when I was walking to the archives that said Cabinet of Botanical Curiosities. So the first thing I did was to ask Denis, who was Denis Diagre, who received there, who is in charge of this part of the Botanic Garden. And so I met Dr. Viviane Lehmann, she's retired now. She retired in this month of November, but she was very kind. And she showed me all the things she had there. She prepared all these collections, and she take care of a lot of them. She with a lot of love also in these objects. Which caught my attention was that there was a very important collection that the museum acquired in 1878 from the Exposition Universelle Internationale de Paris. Many of those things came from Argentina. So, and this was one of the little bottles that was there that caught my attention. This is an empty bottle, which contained Jaborandi, which is the scientific name is Pilocarpus penatifolius Lemer. It's also known, Jaborandi is an indigenous name, also Ibiratai. This is Jaborandi del Paraguay. There is also Jaborandi do Brazil, which was the first one to be known in the scientific community, in the medical community in Europe. This bottle have a very interesting tag. I started to follow all the directions that this tag led me. No, the first thing I try to figure out is what is Chaborandí. This is another bottle, but this bottle is from the museum. This is the content of the blue one. They empty the blue one here and put this little cork on it. And you see that number 1075, which is the number that is the classification that Théophile Durand, he was a director of the Maize Botanic Garden. He gave this number. There is a very huge index of the plants of the museum that was published in 1885, and Chaborandí was one of the things in here. One of the things to notice first is that this is not a plant, this is just an extract. And so we are going to dig on this. So why this is an extract of Pilocarpus pennatifolius. So although we are talking about 1878, Chaborandí was known very far in time. One of the first published accounts of Chaborandí is this book from William Pisson and also Georges Marcray in the middle of the 17th century. They identified at that time also several species of Chaborandí. That's a characteristic of this plant. There is no one plant. The Chaborandí, the word, the term Chaborandí didn't refer to one species. It's more than, it refers to a characteristic of that is common to several plants. And there is 2 or 3 genera that are called Chaborandí. And it has a huge area of expansion from the north of Brazil to Paraguay, even in Argentina, and the provinces of Misiones, Formosa, also Corrientes. It's a very wide dispersion of the plant, and it was known for a very long time. So one of the questions was, well, how did it get there? Why is it here? Why is this bottle here in Maize Botanical Garden? Well, this is part of the conformation of this botanical garden. In the Exposition Universelle in 1878 in Paris, the interim director, which was Edward Bomer, was a botanist and self-taught botanist, Belgian botanist. He bought and get, because this wasn't a donation, this specific bottle was a donation, like 1,420 species from a large number of countries in this exposition. Well, they were divided in 5 groups: medical materials, for example, the Chaborandí, also industrial materials, there's indigenous and exotic goods, and carpology. The Silarium of Maize Botanical Garden held a lot of goods from Argentina, from all over the country. So that wasn't the question. Why was there? I presume that was Bomer, the responsible for the bottle there. But who brought the bottle to Paris? So here in the Catalogue Officiel de la Section Étrangère de l'Exposition Universelle Internationale de Paris, we have the class 47, which it tells about the product chimiques and pharmaceutiques, well, that were in the Argentine pavilion. So we can see here in the 160 there, the Marchi Frere extract the plant. So I presume that this little line encompassed this little bottle that I found there. So this led me to dig on the history of the Marchi. It exists today, not under this name, but it exists in the San Telmo in Buenos Aires, the old pharmacy. It was founded in 1834 by Carlo Ferraris, who was Italian taxidermist, a botanist that came to Argentina along with Pietro Carta Pintado, I think, who was also an Italian who came from Rivadavia, brought them to make the Museum of Natural History. They were working at the Convento de Santo Domingo in Buenos Aires, and Ferraris founded the Botica Santo Domingo just in front of the convent. And then he sold it 4 years later to Silvestre de Marchi, was the Italian, no, I mean, he was Italian, but he was the Swiss consul at Buenos Aires at that time. Silvestre de Marchi got enhanced the pharmacy. He made it a drugstore also. And then he passed to his eldest son, who was Antonio de Marchi. So, no. Para atrás, ¿cómo voy? We can see here, no? De Marchi. That's Antonio de Marchi. After that, he made partner with his two brothers, who they were Marcos and Demetrio de Marchi, and also with Domingo Parodi, who was another important character of this history. So this is the Farmacia. La Estrella is the name. They changed to this address, to this corner, in 1885, also with De Marchi and Parodi associated. This is the same corner in 1910, and this is actually how it looked like. I think they are in refactions now, but yeah, and they are in the upper story. There is the museum of the city of Buenos Aires functioning there. So, how this comments? Why is the same question? Why is important the Jaguarundi? Why was important at that time? Why was important in the collections? There was like some kind of explosion of interest in Europe about the Jaguarundi. It was not exploded and not known as a materia medica, as a remedy. It was known, you saw first, but it was not known like a remedy. So this doctor in Sao Paulo, Sinfronio César Coutinho, he took the Jaguarundi at the end of 1873 to Europe. He was going to study there also. He was already a doctor, but he was going to study in Paris. He did study there also, and he died 10 or 13 years later. And he introduced the Jaguarundi to the European public, also the European academic public. This was the first scientific publication about Jaguarundi. He came there. They made many experimentations with Jaguarundi. They were conducted by two others that were also published here in this publication. Little notes. They were Henri Vaillant, and the other was the Dr. Alfred Gubler. So this is the presentation to the Europeans of the Jaguarundi by Sinfronio Coutinho. So you are maybe already you're asking what was about Jaguarundi? What happened? Well, the most important things of Jaguarundi is like it was purgative. Say like that. It was diaphoretic and sialogogue. This means that diaphoretic enhanced the transpiration, the sudorification, and sialogogue also the salivation. So it was thought as a very important purgative. One of the questions that I have to dig more on is about why this kind of medication was important at that time, because they say here, this too sudorific does exist. I had discovered this precious substance because there was not an sudorific like that in Europe. But why was a sudorific such an important thing at that time is an important question that I have to follow here. Well, they describe the method here. This is also Coutinho. He described how to make simple tea with the Jaguarundi. He broke very small quantity to Europe at that time. So in the other part of the article, Henri Bayon, who was also a medicine man, a physician, à l'école des médecins de Paris, but he was also in charge of the cadre de natural history in the école de médecins. So he determined this species. That was a very important thing to know. Well, if Chaborandi is a term that refers to many species. So what is the species that really has the power to make all these things? So he said that this was the species that was determined by Charles Lemaire in 1853. It was Pilocarpus penantifolius. That was the name of the species. This is the publication of Lemaire. Nowadays, this name still holds. It's Pilocarpus penantifolius Lem, for Lemaire. Well, and this is when the story became a little bit more interesting, because they have all these scientific facts. They say Chaborandi is very good for that. We have experimented, it works well, and you can get it at the pharmacy Mariani in the Rue Carentan de Boulevard Haussmann. This Mariani was a course pharmaceutical pharmacist. He was famous for making wine with mixed with coke leaves. So being the coca from Peru. So he made a fortune doing this, and he managed to buy this place at Boulevard Haussmann, at the center of Paris. And Coutinho offered his leaves of Chaborandi there, and he reminded the people the next month that they have also the leaves at the Mariani pharmacy. This is Mariani, Angelo Mariani, and one of the posters of his famous wine. Well, now one of the things that happened here is that Coutinho brought to France a very little quantity of this Chaborandi. He put some in the pharmacy Mariani for sale, I suppose. He offered the other part to the scientific to make proofs and then experiments. And one of the problems was that, well, we need more of this thing. So here enters the story, a very important player, which is the Pharmacie Centrale de France. That it's a pharmacy that was founded by a pharmacist named François d'Orbeau in the 1844. And they have an extensive network. And they were a cooperative. They function like a cooperative. And they have also a paper, La Union Pharmaceutique. They founded this paper where many pharmaceuticals and chemists published there. And they also, this was monthly, this paper, this journal. And also he published every 10 years or so, this guide to the pharmacies, l'Officine de Répertoire Général de la Pharmacie Pratique. And they talk, in this, this was like the Bible of the pharmacy. So they have like a vademecum, something like that. These are the buildings. He was very rich, and he was a very successful entrepreneur. Well, this is again the problem of the species, because and we have here that another actors entering the story, not just the Chaborandi came from Brazil, but this the collections, or not the collection, but the Chaborandi that came to Pharmacie Centrale after these first sendings was coming from Asunción through Argentina. This Balanza was Benjamin Balanza, who was a botanist, a French botanist, who was working in Paraguay. He worked in 1871 to 1876, 1977 or 78, and then after that trip, he was also until 1878 to 1884. So he made extensive trips in Paraguay, and he collected, I presume, for Pharmacie Centrale, but the variety of Jaborandi from the Paraguay, not the Brazilian kind. You can see here, this is a part of l'Officine de Répertoire Général de la Pharmacie Pratique. You have here the price tax, price chart. This is price chart. You can see the price for the Jaborandi at the end, the feuille, the leaves of Jaborandi, 1 franc 50 for 10 grams of Jaborandi leaves. This was 1875. We are talking 1875. Just a year after Coutinho make the presentation of this drug. It was incorporated and the pharmacopoeia was sold, but not in a very manipulated way, no, just the leaves. This will change. In 1886, I mean 10 years later, we have that extract, the same extract that I showed you the first time, the Jaborandi, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, and the price there, which is another price. Well, also, this quote is got to do with how they imagine Jaborandi. They use for everything, for diabetes, gripe, for poisoning, fevers, I don't know, miasmas, a lot of things. Today, it's only used for glaucoma, the inflammation of the eyes. It's the only application nowadays. But at the time, they have many applications and they try to use it for everything. And there is also studies nowadays for Alzheimer, but just experimentation. Well, this is also this quote also shows how important was to bring the Jaborandi to Brazil and to know what if they have the exact species, the species of that has the active principle. Well, this is how I get. This is the end. I'm sorry, it's very abrupt, but yeah, I'm sorry, but it's actually the end because I'm wondering a lot of things. For example, what was the role that these companies, Pharmacie Centrale, for example, la Farmacia de Marchi, Buenos Aires, what role they played in this circulation of knowledge, in the production, reproduction, and also circulation again of this pharmaceutical knowledge in the world. I presume that there will be some kind of, there is a thesis about the Pharmacie Centrale de France and also a book, but they should have archives, maybe, I hope, also diplomatic archives that show what was the role these kind of companies play in the production of, just like I said, of pharmaceutical knowledge. And also how these networks form. What was the connection with the botanists at the field, maybe with indigenous people, maybe with locals, how they managed to get these vegetables. There were no plantations of these things. They come like the caoutchouc. They came from the natural manner. So how they managed to get those things, because I'm sure they needed a lot, and how they make the provisions of that kind of materials, how they managed to export it to Europe, how they form these networks, and how these networks function. So this is the state of my research at this point. That's what I wanted to show you. Thank you. Sí, Mariana.
The previous history of our if you say something about the indigenous uses or the
Yes, yes. Yes,
Guarani.
It's Guarani. Well, it's an important question, and they have many answers. For example, I was just thinking about when I was making this presentation that, for example, in one publication, I saw that one, I don't know if it was an author, I don't recall who was, that said that Chaguarandí came from the Spanish for sabón, like jabón in Spanish. It was wrong about that, but he related that to the act of cleaning, no? Because the Chaguarandí had that kind of I don't know, the effect of cleaning the body from the inside. So they related that to jabón in Spanish. But there is it seems that Chaguarandí is a Portuguese word. I didn't research much about the term, about the origin of the term, but it seems to be a Portuguese word. But it also has in Paraguay another name, which is Chaguarandí or Chaguarundi. But it is very confused because there is also a cat, there is a wild cat that is called Chaguarundi, the gato moro. In Paraguay. So it's very confusing to search information about that. And it's interesting also because there is an important paper on Chaguarandí, which is from the 1979, which was written by the famous ethnobotanist from Harvard, who was Richard Evans Schultz, with other two guys. And they say that they didn't find any trace or any proof of the indigenous use of the Chaguarandí, for example. So that's an intriguing question, and a very important one. I cannot answer now, but it's in line to follow for sure.
Esta es la última exposición del día de hoy, que es la de Sara Montemayor. Sara es investigadora del CONICET y trabaja en la división de tecnología del Museo de La Plata. Y también participa del proyecto SciCoMove. Y bueno, la presentación está relacionada con parte de los resultados de su trabajo de la misión en París.
Sí.
Exactamente. Bueno,
te damos la
palabra.
Well, my name is Sara Montemayor. I work with insects, with bats. So I did my secondment in the Museum of Natural History of Paris. The entomological collection is constituted by two sorts of collections, the general collection and the historical, nominal, or personal collections, which are collections that were built by individuals and then were bought by the museum or donated to the museum. So, and there are around 30 of these kind of collections. So the name of the talk is What is Behind Auguste Couton's Exceptional Heteroptera Collection? And I thought that a good way of approaching this talk, starting from the end and then ending from the beginning of the title. So I'm going to start telling you why I think it is an exceptional collection. And then we are going to talk a little bit about what I was able to inquire about Auguste Couton, the builder of the collection. So the Couton's Heteroptera collection is quite exceptional from both the scientific perspective and also by the way it is organized. It is quite unique. Why do I say it is outstanding from a scientific perspective? Well, it's the larger personal collection that is hosted in the Heteroptera section. It is composed of 59 boxes, which is a lot. At the moment when it was built, it hosted all the European families known at the moment. Nowadays, it hosts almost all, so there is an important detail. Then it hosts specimens from all the continents, and in some cases, as for example, the African continent, it has very well represented the fauna of that continent. It hosts many type specimens. Type specimens for biological collections are important. They have a special value because are the specimens that are used to describe species. So they are the reference to a species and they are linked to the name of the species. So whenever you want to be sure that what the name of an individual is, what species it belongs to, the best way to be sure that you are identifying correctly the specimen is by comparing it with the type material. And it hosts specimens that were collected, studied, and described by almost all the important entomologists of the moment. So all these features make it quite extraordinary. And then I mentioned that it was also outstanding by the way it is organized. And it is weird because it is a faithful reflection of a catalog. It's the same. It's like a representation of the catalog in the three-dimensional world. Each box corresponds to a box. Each box corresponds to a page. And the way the specimens are organized inside the boxes follow the same structure as the way they are represented in the paper version. It is also unique because it has usually what happens with entomological collections is that they are not conceived as something static because classification changes. And you expect that species and specimens will be moved from one box to the other or from one place to another. It happens. But this collection, the way it was built, it was thought like something that would not move, that would remain the same forever. So that's something weird also. And another strange thing about this collection is that it has information that is not usually present in entomological collections. So now I am going to explain a little bit more about all these things all these items I mentioned. So here, well, this crazy idea was put on hand about having a three-dimensional representation of his catalog. He wanted it to be exactly the same. So I said each box corresponds to a page. So you can see here at the box in the left side, page 1 to 6. So inside this box are all the specimens that are mentioned in the catalog in those pages. Then in color rectangles, I've highlighted the main titles of the page that are mentioned in that page. And we are seeing page number 5 of the catalog. These are the higher classification levels that are mentioned in the box and are in the same order as are mentioned in the box. And on the right side, we have like different circles with different colors. You can see that they are ordered in the same way with the same order of colors in the box and in the catalog. Those are genus, genera. Genus is the singular. Each genus is composed by species. So now we are going to open the box and we see the same thing here. Each genus, which is highlighted with a color, for example, the blue circle corresponds to one genus, is constituted by 7 species which are listed with numbers there. If you can see, maybe it's a little bit smaller, the image, but there are 7 species mentioned there. Those 7 species are ordered in the same way in the box. So species number 1 corresponds to species number 1 in the catalog. So this is the faithful representation in the 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional world. And then another interesting thing is that you can see there species number 3 from the light green genus is not present. Pouton didn't have specimens of that species, but he needed to put the name. So there is a label with the name, but no specimen is there. That doesn't usually happen in entomological collections. You don't see missing species. So the information, the extra information that is represented in Pouton's collection that is not usually present in entomological collections are, on one side, the missing species, the species that are not represented in the collection, but he mentions them in the catalog with red rose. This is just an example. And then the synonyms. Synonyms are different names that the same species has received. Only one is valid, the other aren't. And usually in the collections, the most widely accepted name is the one that is in the collection if it is updated. But it's not frequent to see labels with all the names the species have received, because very, very quickly it will be out of date. So it would require a lot of work to have this kind of collection updated. And then another thing that I would like to highlight, you can see the red labels there, two specimens with red labels. Those are type materials. And in this case, are type materials that were described by Horvath, which is a very well, the entomologists know him. He's a very well-known entomologist of the time, and somehow he exchanged material with Pouton, and well, there he has it. So this is a little bit about what caught my attention of the collection, why I thought it was something interesting, unique, different. So as a result of looking at this collection, I was very intrigued about the person behind this collection, why he did something like this, so different. So I started to try to know a little bit about Auguste Pouton. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about his life story, and then what I thought, what I imagined, because I'll never know it, was how he thought, how was his personality. So the life story of Pouton. Pouton was born in 1834 in a well-accommodated family in Rémy-Méron. Yeah, it sounds awful. Thank you, France. For Auguste, his father was a role model. He really admired him. And his father was a naturalist, a very well-known collectionist also. He collected rocks, minerals, and fossils. But unfortunately for Auguste, he lost his father being very young. He had only 14 years old when his father passed away. And so at that age, he decided to follow the steps of his father, the passion of his father. And he started collecting insects together with his brother, his elder brother. And being very young, he got interest in two groups of insects, Coleoptera and Heteroptera. But I am going to focus on the Heteroptera because it's the ones I know. So one thing that really helped him to be able to construct such a large collection is that being very young, he started interacting with other entomologists, all of them amateur, but all of them really dedicated to their hobby, and started exchanging material and opinions. Being 14 years old, there are letters of him with 14 years old that asking for material with no answer, of course. But well, he had to follow the desire of her mother and family, and he studied to become a medicine. So at the age of 25 years old, he became a doctor. There is little information about his life as a doctor, I think he didn't really dedicate too much time to that profession. He wasn't very, that's what I imagine. There's no record about all that. Just the mention that he received from, he became a doctor at the age of 25, and one paper about mineral waters and effects on health. That's all I could find. But there is a lot of information about his studies in entomology, which it seemed occupied almost all his time and life. I say life because it seems like all his relationships were somehow related to entomology. He published, and one thing that a hint of this, why I got to the impression that really entomology was his work, his life, and the way he related with the world, is what he wrote in the preface of the catalog, where he says, almost all the militarists of Europe are my friends, and so to speak, my collaborators. I asked them collectively, since I cannot name them all, to receive my thanks for the support they have given me in the task of writing this catalog. The pleasure of seeing these good relationships continue is for me the best reward. So here we can see a person who is really passionate about what he does. He really loves it. And he seems to be a very kind person, a person who really enjoyed his work, what he did. And all these things are what I imagine. As I said, there are lots of records about his work as an entomologist. He published over 150 works. He never had any children or got married. His last work was published in 1899 when he was quite young. He was 65 years old. And then, sadly, he was obliged to abandon entomology because he very quickly lost his sight. He became blind. And from that time onwards, there is no record of him. It's like he disappeared from the world. What I did found was in the archives of the museum, the papers that prove that he sold his collection between 1909 and 1912, a year. The last ship that the last packages he sold was a year before his death. So this is, sort of sad. And well, after talking a little bit about his life story, here is what is my imagination, what I thought about him. So it's my mind blowing. But I think that judging from all the letters he exchanged with other friends and entomologists, he seemed like a very kind person. He was always very affectionate and selfish. He always would ask to the others about personal and scientific issues, but personal issues, like in how are you, but he never talked too much about himself. He would always give his opinions, always offer material, always offer to send his works, but little information about his personal life is written in his letters. So he seemed very, very kind and selfish and focused on the others. He was a lonely person. It seems like most of his relationships were through letters and not by human contact. I think he felt much more comfortable writing than being in touch with flesh with the other person. In the obituary, it was published in the Entomologist Monthly magazine. It says, some years before his death, he seems to have abandoned entomology and ceased to correspond with his friends. So there you have like this thing of disappearing from the world. He lost his sight, he could not keep on working, and he just vanished. It was also a person who found changes difficult. And well, I started talking a little bit about this when I showed you the box with the names and the labels, and, you know, thinking about this collection as something static and not something that would necessarily change as the species, the genus, the families were studied. And a thing that caught my attention is that even though he was aware of changes in the classification, you could see them in works he did after the publication of the catalog, he did not make the changes in the boxes. He left them as they were first published in the catalog. I don't know why. I think it's just because he was a person who found changes difficult, but well, that's what one could read from the collection. So one last thought. It is a sad ending in a way, because he disappeared when he lost his sight, and suddenly his world collapsed. But on the other hand, his collection is a treasure that was very cautiously constructed, very neatly organized, and he has left a legacy that has been studied by generations of entomologists, and will be studied in the future for many, many more entomologists. So he has left us a treasure, and in a way, I think I am going to be a little bit poetic here, but I think that the entomologists that will study this collection, in a way, will establish a friendship with him. I don't know, it's just a way of seeing the end of the story, not so sad. So with this, I am ending the talk, but I would like to thank two persons, Eric Gilbert, who really made my stay at the museum very comfortable, very pleasant, and especially to Dominique Pluot-Sigwalt, who is one of these persons who has spent so many hours in the collection that she knows every little detail about it. And she knows about the nominal collections and the persons who build them. And she really, really helped me a lot in, starting finding things about Touton. And she was the one who said, look, this collection is really interesting. So I would like to thank her also. Thank you very much.
I'm Nathalie. Yes, thank you, Sarah. It is important to follow up on this knowing that some collections, they say something about the collector, or perhaps more about the collector than about the science.
Yes.
So, it's really, even though this one has important scientific value now. And the other question, it's a common question. For me, it's really far from everywhere. It's in the bush area. So this is probably why it was animated at the end when it was moving. But perhaps we had a strong local social network, which
help him.
Cannot show in the anthropology community. So I was wondering if he was a member of the local law society. In the book, this very strong law societies, sometimes very cheap,
I can't find anything about it. I would love to believe what you say, that he had this local society helping him. But he was a member of almost all the entomological societies of Europe.
It should be on the national or international level.
But local things, I couldn't find anything. I tried to, but
I think there was a society, I don't remember if it was a society of sciences or about.
Well,
if he was a member of that, then he had another network of smaller, less known amateurs of science. It's more of a local network. This would be another aspect.
Yes.
But of course you cannot see in the museum.
Well, but you know that when he was 14 years old, when his father died and he started with all this, there are some mentions of people pushing him to go to the field like his father. And now I'm thinking that you say that Rémy-Méron is a very isolated place. It must have been people, naturalists of the place. So probably he was in contact with a local society of naturalists or something like that. Because at one point they started pushing him to go to the field. He was one of the things he most extrañaba. He was, I can't find the word in English. One of the things he missed more about his father was going to the field with him to fetch rocks and all the things his father collected. And there is no mention of a particular name, but there is information about people of the local where he grew, pushing him to do the same thing as his father. So yes, you must be in the right track.
The collection is useful.
Yes, it has a lot of material and very well represented.
It's not important that the classification is.
No, because you can always track, but it has a lot of trade material, so there you have something that makes it very valuable. And he was very neat in the way he pinned the specimens and all are with the correct labels, so you can easily track all the information. Nothing is lost. It might be not out of date the way it is classified, but well, it can be easily used and corrected. But I suppose that at the museum there must be some kind. Nobody said anything about it. I asked Dominique and she wasn't sure, but I think there must be some kind of closure because it was all left as it was. No changes had been made in the boxes. But another interesting thing is that you had a hint if the box had been touched after put on or not, because the few boxes that were left as put on when put on sell them to the museum and nobody else touched it before, they were all the pins where the specimens are glued. In the same line, the boxes have like millimeter sheets, and they are all the pins in the same line millimetrically. So he really liked it to have everything very well organized. Neat. Yes. He must have been a very, very interesting person. I would love to meet him. To be able to travel in time and talk to him.
Maybe a general comment that this is probably poor from en general de esta sesión última, algunas cosas aparentemente muy distintas, pero que y una de ellas es la cuestión en el paradigma historiográfico circulatorio, que llamo yo, a veces se abusa de la idea de que en el proceso de circulación, ¿no? Y todos acaban citando siempre SciCoMove, que se produce y se incrementa el movimiento, la cantidad de conocimiento que se pierde también en la circulación. El ejemplo de Laura es uno de ellos, pero también el ejemplo de Alejandro, a pesar de que teóricamente son dos casos, dos estudios de casos completamente distintos. Se pierden cosas. Y a veces se pierden desde la materialidad más absurda de enviar un aparato sin dos accesorios y de repente esto sí faltan dos. Y sin embargo, eso en el fondo luego en México da pie a una innovación de otro y a una aplicación fantástica, porque es la única aplicación para explicar por qué, ¿no? Antropológica, respira de otra manera determinada. Lo que quiero decir es que en la pérdida esta de conocimiento, a veces historiográficamente eso no se rescata. Yo creo que uno de los aportes fundamentales del proyecto, al menos yo que estoy aprendiendo mucho en este proyecto, es precisamente cómo la complejidad de los objetos y de las colecciones en movimiento, ¿no? Yo llevo también a plantearnos muchas veces cómo se incrementa o cómo se pierde el conocimiento adherido como una etiqueta más a un objeto. Y eso yo lo relacionaba un poco con un comentario que se hace la colección y el carácter estático de la colección. De tu casa. Pero hasta qué punto la ambición de algunas colecciones o de muchas de estas colecciones científicas no es estabilizar el conocimiento. En el fondo, conseguir una estabilidad que el conocimiento científico no puede. La inestabilidad del conocimiento es otra de los hechos recurrentes que hemos visto en los casos. Y que tampoco aparece mucho en la historiografía. La historiografía más tradicional parece que todo es una tendencia a crear conocimiento estable. Y el conocimiento es de una inestabilidad absoluta. Y por lo tanto la colección a veces es un intento de fijar de alguna manera y luego evidentemente es una quimera, ¿no? Porque como tú bien has explicado, las nuevas identificaciones, los cambios en la nomenclatura, hay que cambiar 20 veces la etiqueta, ¿no? O se superponen las capas de etiquetas. Yo creo que, bueno, era un comentario general, pero un poco desde el que ha venido aquí a aprender, ¿no? La cantidad de ideas que aparentemente estudios de casos muy distintos, ¿no? Confluyen y hacer nuestra futura, al menos la mía, mi futura investigación, ¿no? O sea que gracias a todos los que habéis intervenido.
Muchas gracias. Sí, me parece que se conecta las distintas posiciones de hoy que también todas estas pequeñas cosas y los pequeños, y también creo que otra cosa que se en la historiografía es los pequeños gestos que hacen para armar la colección. Esto por ahí también se planteó ella, o el tema también del nacimiento, la colección, el nacimiento, como la circulación de algunas especies o los gestos arqueológicos también, hay como un Sí, para conformar la colección de los objetos que también se pierden en muchos estudios historiográficos que previas o en el objeto o con los archivos y a veces, bueno, pero cómo las cosas llegan, cómo se conservan, cómo se mantienen, que hay varios tópicos más para seguir trabajando.
Es que una colección tiene tantas aristas distintas, depende de dónde pongas el foco, te puede interesar el objeto en sí, la información anexa, el momento histórico en el que se construyó, quién la construyó, o sea, eso es lo que, lo que me llama la atención de todos los casos de estudio distintos que hemos escuchado, que como que cada cual puso el foco en algo un poquito distinto, pero tiene muchas aristas distintas, o sea, una misma colección se puede analizar desde distintos lugares y hay muchísima información.
Sí, yo me gustaría agregar algo más que me quedé pensando y que por ahí me ayuda más, que tiene que ver con la obsolescencia de las cosas, que creo que en relación a lo que vos decís, el conocimiento que se pierde y también los materiales que se pierden. Por ahí muchas veces en este proyecto se trabaja sobre las colecciones, lo que hay, el objeto, los instrumentos, y cómo colecciones se siguen estudiando, pero hay un montón de cosas que quedaron en el camino que ni siquiera llegan, ¿no? Que no están. Y también esos gestos que llevaron a que instrumentos, yo el año pasado había presentado el caso de una máquina de yeso que sobrevivieron algunas de casualidad, pero tuvieron también gestos o cosas que se desechan directamente, y eso también es parte de la construcción del conocimiento. Y muchas de esas cosas entran en obsolescencia porque ya no son compatibles con teoría, o porque hay una revolución, o porque no saben ni cómo manejadas, se lo coman las semillas. Los fenómenos naturales de toda cosa.
Sí.
Eso. Nada más.
Poi c'è ancora lì studio video che ancora desaparece de tal manera del campo y se va a otro que se lo quiere. Lo descubre la tierra de una cosa que ella quiere un proyecto. Se supone que su virtud médica inicial era hacer sudar y ahora nos lo ponemos así. Bueno, no,
Yo me quedé pensando lo que decía gente de las colecciones, cómo fijan el conocimiento y demás. Y creo que hay como una tensión constante. Vamos a ir a la división de arqueología que digamos todo el tiempo con las colecciones, investigaciones que quieren estudiarlas y demás, todo el tiempo hay una lucha de mantener el orden, mantener el lugar, no se ponen las etiquetas, no se ponen las cosas, y el uso que se puede meter. Esa tensión entre fijar, estabilizar y mantenerlas en movimiento, no hoy, no, hoy presente. Creo que en la mayoría de las colecciones debe pasar eso.
Sí, es que creo que es uno de los grandes desafíos de las colecciones, ¿no? La preservación de toda la información que
La preservación y el uso. Mariana,
claro.
Eso me parece que también a veces o cambio de lugar de las cosas.
Sí, claro. No, yo estoy muy cómoda, pero...
Bueno, no sé si hay algún comentario más, vamos como una cosa. Cerrando el seminario, tengo perfecto tiempo y les agradezco a todos los ponencias y la que les agradezco a todos la presencia y la ganas de compartir.
Gracias por la presentación.